You guys ready? Hi, I'm back. I've got music on. Let me know if it's too loud. I hope you can still hear us over the top of it. It's a little distracting for me. I'm not used to having it in the background, but we'll see. I don't want it to sit in total silence. Like normally I've got Phil with me, so normally there's some form of other noise. Now there's not really a point behind tonight's live stream. It's basically I'm here, I'm hobbying, so I'm going to talk. And I'd rather entertain you guys. Volume's perfect. Brilliant. Glad to know that. It's hard to hear because obviously I've got it coming through my monitor, whereas I control the output to YouTube via OBS to you guys, so what I hear isn't what you guys will hear. So I've had, actually, you know what, before we get started, all of this, right, first of all, a massive thank you to the guys that donated for us to pick up Blight War, and as promised, Phil danced like a legend to Numa Numa. If you haven't watched it, go and watch it and come back. Honestly, it is that good, it's worth missing two minutes of the stream for. So, thank you very much to the gentlemen that, or possibly ladies, that donated in order for us to get Blight War. Lucy has already built up Neve, and she used her in a game last night as we popped down to Durham Raiders. I managed to have a fantastic game against Jez's Wanderers. Now, Jez has had a number of models in White Dwarf, so it was a pleasure to get that. Squeak the Storm Vermin, are you Henrik? Because I got a donation via PayPal, but obviously I only got the email address, and a lot of people have YouTube names totally different to what their real names are, of course. So yeah, but thank you very much for donating anyway. I do appreciate it. It does mean a lot that we're able to get the newer releases and stuff and keep bringing them to the channel. Phil is going on holiday tomorrow, so that's why there's no Philip tonight. Unless he wishes to join in, which I don't know, he may want to. Let's message Phil. Anyway, rest of the shout-outs. If you want to see battle reports 1 week early, please follow us on Patreon and pledge to us on there. The Chaos and Zinch battle report, Chaos and Necron's battle report that went up today was available last Friday for Patreons. So you can get that early access. You can also submit lists that you want us to play on the channel. And you can also choose the battle reports that you want to see. If you want to see Tau versus Korn, that will be on Patreon on Friday. Let's have a look. So we've got Stu, Harlequin117. Hey dude, glad things are going good. It's been too long. Need to get my 1,000 Suns on the channel. Absolutely, Stu. Bring them down. I've currently got about a 3 or 4 week delay from when I film to when I put it up, so there should still be enough time before the 1,000 Sun book drops, as that is rumoured before Christmas. So yeah, massive shout out to the guys that donated. Massive shout out to my Patreon. Stephen Dunn, who is in the chat, is one of my Patreons. Stephen is going to be hopefully popping down in 2 weeks' time for another game. Stephen actually lives up in Bedlington, which is still quite a way, or near Bedlington. It's like way north of Newcastle where he lives. So it's quite a way for Stephen to come down, but we had a really cool game last time. I did forget a couple of the Tyranid rules, but I don't think it would have made a massive difference. Of course, check out War Games, the channel sponsor, for all your hobby needs with discounted price. I actually ordered a couple of extra things from Martin when we got Blight War. I managed to pick up the last unit for Lucy's Sylvaneth army, which was a box of Dryads. And I got some army painted tufts of grass, which I don't know where I put them, to finish off my ogres. The ogres are almost finished as well. I've just built me giants while I was at work today, and I've got 2 iron blasters to paint, which I was hoping to have these Dryads built before the stream so that I could spray them black and then crack on with the airbrush whilst I'm on stream with you guys. So yeah. So, What is coming up on the channel over the coming months? Well, there'll be more Age of Sigmar, obviously with the release of the new General's Handbook. I'm going to try and get more Sigmar battle reports. That kind of died off a little bit when 8th edition dropped. So I feel like I definitely need to bring that back. Henrik Dent, hello Henrik. Thank you very much for the donation for Blight War. Your reward is Philip dancing to Numa Numa. And it is online, so please go and check that out. Yeah, it was so hard to keep a straight face while he did it, but it was absolutely worth it. So massive thank you. Phil is going to be working on Horticulus or whatever his name is, but he's going on holiday tomorrow, and then he's moving away to university. Now, thankfully, he's only moving about half an hour away. Phil, here we go. Phil is in the chat. Phil, do you want to join the live stream, mate? If you do, give me a call on Skype and we'll get you in. I love that. Glad that you enjoyed it, Henrik. It was so, so funny. And me editing skills, I dare say I was impressed with me editing skills, managing to get them lined up quite well. Do you know what, right? He did it in one take. I put the camera in front of him and just went, go. And he did it. And I was just like, wow, that's like totally insane. Yeah, I'm going to open Skype up for whenever Phil decides to join us. I know he's got a lot of packing and stuff to do, so he may not join us for long. Kablams, hello Craig. Something that's just been on Craig's channel, and I don't remember what it is, but it was really cool. So please go and check out Kablams. Stephen Dunn had a canny chuckle of Phil. Glad that he's all did. He is there to serve. We've got Michael Geraldis. Hello, Michael. So, upcoming on the channel soon. When Phil gets back from holiday, he's going to paint up Horticulus or whatever his name is. We will play through the story missions and the narrative in Blight War, because Lucy's already got the rest of the models painted. Phil luckily had Nurglings and Plague Bearers and Drones already painted as well, so they literally had one model each to paint. So we're going to go through the narrative of Blight War and hope that you enjoy that. I'll try and put a little bit more production value into it and make it a bit of a narrative campaign. So yeah, another thing that I've done was I did a painting tutorial of me Beast Claws. Bazza! We've also got Phil Hall. Hi all, will you be building an army around Blight Wars? Yes and no. So, Phil is already got quite a bit of Nurgle anyway, so luckily he has most of that, but he's adding the snail guy, Gary. And Lucy's already got a lot of Vanguard stuff, like she's got 18 Raptors, 6 Paladors, and 10 Hunters. So yes, we will be doing that. We'll maybe expand that into a bigger game afterwards. So that's coming. I've got 40 Blood Reavers nearly ready, that have been nearly ready, and I've just kept going back to them time and time again. The problem with Blood Reavers is there's so much detail on them. It's a case of when do I stop, because they're just going to get destroyed really easily. But yes, I absolutely do want to do that, because me and Lucy still want to do the think horticulture when trying to say horticulus. Horticulus. Yeah, horticulus. Oh, cheers, Craig. Same here. Overkill was calling on me. Overkill's the Deathwatch one, isn't it? So, I should have wrote a list here. I'm trying to multitask here. So, obviously, Blight Wars is coming. More Age of Sigmar will be happening because it's getting more popular. I do like a lot of the changes in the new General's Handbook. So they will be coming. 40k will be continuing. The narrative campaign that me and Phil still have planned is still in the works, but painting has been slower than I anticipated. So the Deathwatch have finally been started. So Lucy has started some of them, some of the easier bits like painting all the silver on them and stuff. Whilst I, of course, build and paint her Dryads. Grot's army for me. And Lizzie Salazar, yeah, more EOS. Got to finish my naked angry dwarfs. Yeah, so I filmed the game last night with Beast Claw Raiders versus Wanderers. I'll try and get that up by Friday. And like I said earlier, if you do support us on Patreon, you'll be able to view Tau, the debut of my Tau army, versus Khorne on Patreon. That'll be up by Friday as well. Look forward to that, as I have the Blightwall box but don't know how to paint the Nurgle caricature. Phil will probably comment here anyway, but he sprays his Korax white, and then he uses, I think there's a green wash that's almost brown, and I don't remember the name of it, but he basically puts 2 layers of that on, and a layer of Agrax, and then a little bit of dry brushing, and then paints all the bronze and everything on. So Phil does it very, very easily. Right, so more Age of Sigmar. 40k will still continue. The narrative campaign I've got planned, I still want to happen, but getting the Deathwatch painted is now almost at the top of the priority list. Athenian Camo, yeah, that's probably it. Thinking of doing a Volcano Glass armor like the Elder Scrolls series. That'll be awesome if you can pull that off. So, I'm going to be working on Lucy's Sylvaneth. Yes, she did tell people in the last live stream what it was. So, I'm building Dryads. Never ever build 32 Dryads in one go. It's horrendous. So, yes. So, there's the Tau versus Khorne game coming up. Me and Lucy also filmed a game of 40k. That'll be coming up. Now, I made a very big mistake at the beginning of the game that I shouldn't have done, but it was still fun regardless. And Lucy hasn't played 40k since release, so it was nice for her to get back into it as well. So that'll be coming up in a couple of weeks. I don't have any other games of 40k recorded yet, other than those 2. But obviously there's one just gone up today, so I'm good for the next sort of 2 weeks anyway. And I'll easily get 1 or 2 in before I go to Gibraltar. On the other note, Tony is going to be visiting for 4 or 5 days from Ashbourne. You've seen his Grey Knights on the channel when I've gone to Warhammer World previously. So he's coming up. We're going to be doing quite a lot of stuff. We'll do 3 or 4 games of 40k and a couple of games of Age of Sigmar. So I expect to see Tony versus Lucy, me versus Tony, Phil versus Tony. There's going to be a few bits and pieces on there, as that's the week Phil moves away. We're also going to do the God Chosen League, which will basically be the 8 warriors, and we'll just do them as a knockout, and random draws in each round. And then the 2 semi-finalists will get to fight Scar Bloodwrath and Valkyrie the Bloody, because they're apparently OP. So, yes. And I've got a question for you guys, right? So, me and Phil filmed the Gangs of Comra board game, and me and Tom filmed Space Hulk. Now, there is the first 4 missions of Space Hulk are up on the channel already, but since 8th edition dropped, I haven't really had time to edit the next 4 missions that me and Tom had filmed. Is Space Hulk really that popular? Because I was only at max getting sort of 200 views on it, and I don't know whether to continue with the Space Hulk or not. But on the flip side of that as well, I do need to paint more Genestealer Cult. They're not at the top of my priority list, but I think if I'm doing my Deathwatch, I don't think I'm many models short of being able to actually play Overkill. I like the gang one. It was a cool game. I think Phil maybe shouldn't have taken Harlequins because they're very OP in gangs. So Squeak Stormvermin and these bloody Iron Jaws are going to be hard to paint because of all the little nooks and crannies. Mate, try painting Khorne Blood Reavers. 7 points a model, right? And there's so much detail on them. And they just die so quick. And I've done like the browns, the golds, the silvers, and the reds on 40, and I got sick. So with the news of the Neomind, will you be doing any bat reps on that when it releases in November? I think people like to think they like the box games, but they rarely go out of their way to find content for them. Yeah, absolutely, Craig. I totally agree. I like Space Hulk, and it's cool, but it's not that big. I want to do Gore Chosen just because I haven't actually played it since I got it, and I've had it about a year. The campaign part is incredibly anemic. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, me and Phil played a game where it was basically, oh, if you roll a 1, if you're within 3 inches of a piece of terrain, your model is killed. And we got that like twice off the belt. Just saw Philip lip syncing. Oh my fucking god, my life is complete. I'm the guy if you want armies paint, lads. Absolutely. Please go and check out Barry's page, Underdog Painting on Facebook. He's got some awesome pictures up there. He's currently doing a Tyranid commission, which is looking very, very nice as well. I can't wait to see some more of the finished products, sorry, because they are looking really, really cool so far. Meanwhile, I decided on Friday to go to the cash machine and withdraw some money to go and do my shopping at the local co-op. And cash machine, put the card in, punch my pin in, withdraw £50, take my card, put it in my wallet, walk away, go in the shop, do all my shopping, get to the till, go to take my £50 out of my wallet and go, oh shit, I didn't pick my 50 quid up out of the cash machine. So, yeah. This month is not the month that I wanted to do that. That Wargamer evening, so hence the little build-a-thon. I built my giant at work in 40 minutes on my lunch as well. Oh no, yes, absolutely, oh no, Craig. I did ring the bank straight away. Obviously, I rang at the cash machine first, but it wasn't there, obviously. So I rang the bank, and the bank basically said, right, well, I'll have to investigate, because if nobody was nearby, the machine would actually pull it back in. So I'm hopeful that no one did pick it up and that the machine did pull it back in and get me money back. Yeah, I'm pretty hopeful that the bank will do it. Like, I have very little contact with my bank. I'd like to think I was one of these customers that doesn't really bother the bank much, because I get paid, my bills go out, and then I have what's left in my bank to last me the month. So I don't really, do you know what I mean? I don't have any problems. I don't go overdrawn. I don't have direct debits or checks bouncing or anything like that. So hopefully they're nice and put it back, but we'll see. But with me going to Gibraltar at the end of the month, it's kind of not what I wanted. So depending on cost of things out there, I mean, I've got some spending money. If I don't spend it all, then I'll probably be okay. But I'm seriously looking forward to going out there. And a lot of the lads that are going, I already know or I've met or I've spoke to a lot on Facebook. Like, strangely enough, the ones that I have met Kablams, I was walking through the bar in Bugman's in Warhammer World to go to the toilet, and I met up with Tom and Dom from Black Toad Studio, and I was just walking past, and I saw Big Mac Dansko, and I was like, oh, bloody hell, hiya. And then turned around, and there's Craig sat opposite him, and I was like, whoa, it's you two, mint. Mate, you deal with this on a day-to-day basis. It will have gone back in. But on the other hand, if some divas stole it, you do get it back, you have to phone the police. Ah, that kind of sucks. I hope I do get it back. I mean, the problem is with the co-op in Easington, right? It's the only shop that's like there really, so it is quite busy. So I'm hoping nobody picked up. I don't remember anybody being immediately around. Craig, honestly, you should have come over. I think I remember saying come over and have a chat and stuff, but then obviously when you said you didn't want to interrupt, Honestly, mate, you should have just come over. But I haven't been to Warhammer World since May. Tom and Dom are amazing. Tom and Dom are absolutely amazing. You know what it is? I really wish they lived closer, but we're like 7 hours apart. But absolutely, I can't wait to meet back up with Dom and Tom. I hope we can do it soon. Speaking of Tom and Dom being amazing, Hellstorm Wargaming, Mikey, Dan, Neil and Elliot from Hellstorm Wargaming. The Mikey is actually streaming on Twitch right now, so I'm not in his stream, unfortunately. Normally, I would be sat watching him. But they're not very big on YouTube, but Mikey's quite popular on Twitch, and he's got quite a few followers, so go and check him out. Mikey's coming to No Retreat as well. And strange enough, we're actually going to be on the same flights from Manchester, which is great. And Mikey's probably the most northern YouTuber besides me that I practically know. He's near Sheffield. The week before we go to No Retreat, I've actually got the week off work, so I'm hoping that Mikey can maybe pop up then and get a game or two in. And I'm one arm missing from these, and there's a lot of banging outside. Now let's see if I can find which ones were the Dryad sprues. So yeah, what I did when I built the Dryads, because I had like, I had 32, I basically chopped all of the back pieces out and all of the arms, and basically ended up, rather than having 20 sprues with 3 or 4 parts in, I ended up with 5 sprues with loads of parts. Nice bit of cleavage there, Harry. Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much. And by the way, I hope you did like Phil's video. I need to catch up on some of the... oh, what's all this happening here? Oh, wait there, wait there. I've got loads. More Urgold, more dwarfs. Just watch Phil lip sync video, hilarious. Made my night after a tough day, thanks. Rick, glad to be of service and glad that Phil could help but cheer you up. I'm going soon, my wife is taking me. Awesome, mate. Honestly, it's absolutely worth it. If you've never been, the exhibition is absolutely worth the £7. It's not massive, but what is there is amazing, and you could spend an hour just browsing vaguely through it. You could, if you want to take absolutely every detail, and you're talking 2-3 hours. And it's not that big. I say it's not that big. It is. There's a lot there. Liz, have I mentioned that I'm naked and angry? Yes, absolutely. Oh, hang on. Doing great. Started a new job today. Had a nice start. That's amazing, Liz. Well done. Phil Hall, I'm in Warhammer World every week, so we'll look out for you there if you mention on here that you're going. Phil, absolutely. I recognise your profile picture, and I think I've spoke to you quite a few times, actually. Last time I was in, what did I run in and grab? I ran in and grabbed something, and you were there. I can't remember what it was. Honestly, can't remember what it was. It was Forge World. What did I get in Forge World? I honestly can't remember what it was. It might have been when me and Tom came in, and Tom picked up Hector Rex, I think. We've got Mikey. You need a belt. I don't need a belt because these are shorts. You had a job interview there, Basil. That's awesome. Craig, I spent more than an hour in there. Absolutely. Also smashed the eating challenge. Yeah, man, I did as well. I got the, what do you call it? The Ogre Burger, I think. I managed to get through that. That was brutal. But yeah. And I totally picked up the wrong sprue. I don't want this one. I want the other one. But let's just use this arm anyway. So yeah, Dryads are horrible. I don't like building them. Never been to Warhammer World. Where is it? It's in Nottingham, Stephen. So it's like, for me, it's about a 2-hour 45 drive. So for you, you're talking what, 3.5? But it's absolutely worth the trip, like, absolutely. Oh. So yeah, Dryads are taking a lot longer to build than I originally thought. And I was hoping to have them built before I even came on the stream, but I was trying to work out how to basically install Photoshop, because I'm getting hold of Photoshop and I can't install it because I suck, basically. So any plans of a Necromunda campaign back reps when it releases, and any plans of a Dwarf EOS back rep in the future? Well, Phil had his Caradrons, but he's now traded them. He did have his Dispossessed, he still got them, but he's not overly happy with them. The problem is I don't know any Dwarf players around here, otherwise absolutely I would. I wish I did know some Dwarf players, but unfortunately not. But I absolutely promise you, if I find a Dwarf player, I will get a Dwarf player. Necromunda, I don't know, because I wanted to do a Shadow War campaign, but I never got round to it. Now, the big problem I've got, okay, is time. Time is the biggest issue with everything, okay? So, this year's kind of been alright. Obviously, you know, between, I want to say dating, obviously going out with Lucy and stuff, you still got to like go out, have dates and spend time together that's not wargaming. I then work 37.5 hours a week. Obviously painting, gaming and editing, I probably put well in excess of 20 to 30 hours a week in. And then I was going to college on a Wednesday night, so I was working 8 till 4:30. I need a left arm. I need a left arm. So yeah, I was. Hopefully, you didn't see that. I was working 8 till 4:30. I don't like this pile of screws. I need to chop them down, but the problem is there's way too many parts in them. What do I do, Harry? I work for SCS, the sofa company, but I work in the finance department. I'm not an accountant yet, which is what I do at college. I'm studying my AAT at college. So it's mentally tiring work as opposed to physically tiring work. The Shadow Wars campaign system is seriously bad. He's hoping they don't fit new Necromunda. Again, I didn't get into it. I really, really wanted to, but the problem is I can't commit to that level of campaign and stuff, because obviously between everything else going on and then trying to pin people down to play games and stuff, it's not always possible. So I've kind of, a lot of the time, just got to take games where I can get them. So it's not ideal, but I've made it work. Now the issue is that from next week, I'm at college. Sorry, that's what I was saying. So I go to work 8 till 4:30, and then I'm at college 5 till 9. So it's a 13-hour day where I only get an hour's lunch and a 30-minute break between work and college, where I'm driving to college. So gaming is a real break after a day. Absolutely, mate. Stephen says, went to the local model shop today for a new detail brush, and I was having a bit wobble looking at all the new Primaris stuff I don't have yet. Saving sucks. It does. It does. I managed to pick all my Primaris stuff up from Wargames when I went down there at the beginning of August. you're not. I don't know how to say this. So I was quite lucky that I got a little bit of money at the beginning of August. Let's say, well, it was the end of July. So I basically used that to get me Primaris stuff. So yeah, but no, Lucy bought her new army out of her own money. She's been saving up for a while to get that because Lucy can't work, but oh, there's the missing arm. So Lucy bought the Sylvaneth. She got quite a good second-hand deal, and then I picked her up 2 units as well, just to finish it off basically. So she's got 2,500 points of Sylvaneth. Whoa, hang on. Planning on dropping half your paycheck next weekend. What's happening next weekend? I hobby about 10 hours a week. To be fair, having 2 kids, another on the way, 40 hours a week job and arguing with the wife takes a lot of my time. I'm surprised. Yeah, so I know you've got kids, Bazza, which obviously I've been stepdad before. It does take a lot out of you. So I'm kind of grateful in one respect. That I don't have. I say I'm kind of grateful in one respect. That sounds selfish, okay? Without going too personal, I can't have kids. So I've come to accept that I can't and that it's not going to be part of my life. Blackjack Legacy, Andy, hello. Please go and check out Andy's channel, folks. He's just hit 1,000 subscribers and he does some awesome little blogs. And I don't know what the word for it is. Video logs, I suppose. But yeah, go and check out Andy, everyone. The Death Guard pre-order. No, I'm not getting any of the Death Guard stuff because I've got all my corn stuff. I'm not getting another army. The Death Guard stuff, I split the Dark Imperium box with Maka, and Lucy and Phil split the Blight War box. So I could have quite easily had a Nurgle Force, but I don't want yet another army. The fact that I've got Tau and Deathwatch still, and I've had them for almost a year, and I've only actually played the first Tau Battle Report with them the other day, is just goes to show how busy I've been. But the Tau are up and running, so you will be seeing more of them soon. Stephen is saving for a house, so I'm not going to be buying any hobby for the next 3 months, trying to get all my Tau bashed out. Seeking to convince yourselves that a brave death has meaning. And his recent table build was really cool. I haven't seen the table build. Time, like I said, time is the massive issue. There's so many cool YouTubers out there that I wish I had the time to sit and watch all of it, but I don't. Between doing my own stuff and then college and obviously Lucy, which I don't begrudge in the slightest, but like you've got to have days off. You've got to for your mental state. Mortarion looks a beast. Yeah, I've seen some of his rules. He looks pretty cool, but I definitely won't be picking up Death Guard. Your souls will join the trillion others in the mist. Yeah, believe it or not, I actually do like a lot of my admin work while I'm at work. So if I get to work early, I start work at 9. So if I'm at work at 8:20, you can usually find us sat at my desk like this with a knife, with glue, building shit. I use work time as my build time, so I get an hour for my lunch. If I don't need to go into the town centre for anything, I will sit at my desk, I'll eat my dinner, and then I'll sit and build for 40 minutes. So today I actually got me 2 giants built, which was fantastic. I can't wait to get them sorted. Now, Phil, I am almost done cleaning all these Sylvaneth, right? And when I've glued them all, I would like to go and spray them black so that I can then airbrush Lucy's entire army. Now, I don't want you guys to be sat here with nothing to listen to whilst I'm outside for 5 or 10 minutes spray painting. So, Phil, I know you said you couldn't come on Skype, but could you come on for 10 minutes in a bit just to keep these guys entertained whilst I spray these. I might have to sell a kidney, but I'm getting that Mortarian model one way or another. He is beautiful. The only thing I'm going to get is the Admech book and cards. The Knights have been rolled into it, as well as Skitarii and Cult Mechanicus. They are finally one army, which is always what they should have been, not the 3 books that they were in 7th edition. So yeah. On the subject of them being in 3 books, my Skitarii book, okay, I won in a competition from Xenovids. Me and Phil used to watch a lot of Xenovids when we started the channel, and Mark and Ian Hello are hilarious, and we absolutely love them. And I never thought I would see the day, but I've actually now surpassed them in number of subscribers. I know Ian was training to be a paramedic, and Mark was busy with university as well, so they didn't quite get up as much content as what they wanted, which is a shame because Mark has he's like Winters, he's got that voice that is very easy to listen to. Also, I remember earlier in the chat, I said that Phil no longer had his Caradrons. Would Philip care to tell people what his new army is? I just realised Rick commented on the thing. Utterly convince and sync there, Phil. Top stuff. Work those abs, fella. You know what, right? I got very lucky with being able to line the sound up the way that I did. Doing that. But Phil mouthing what looked like the words the entire time was fantastic, so hats off to him. The Death Guard trailer was awesome. I didn't actually see it yet, Mikey. I've been so busy since I got in from work that I haven't even had 5 minutes to look at anybody's stuff. Like I said, I've been trying to sort Photoshop out on the computer, but because I'm a technology ingenious, I can't get it to work. So that basically wasted an hour and a half. The other half an hour was spent showering and eating. It's confirmed, ladies, Mortarion will be pre-ordered. Oh, Phil's getting Mortarion. Oh, with that. Metal Madness Gaming. Hang on, we've got Will further up there. The chat's going too fast. Phil, stop commenting. Why is your head so wide, Harry? Because I'm 6'8". Any tips for starting Genestealer Cult, Phil? Painting up my overkill box now, but what next? Silence. Yeah, Phil's the best one to speak to for Genestealer Cult. I'd love to. Mikey, if you paint Mortarion, I will drive down to where it is that you live, and I will steal that model from you. Gladly. Anyway, on a serious note, Phil, when I get to these Dryads all being... In fact, I don't even think I'm going to get them sprayed tonight because the arms are still going to be wet. Oh, I thought everybody else on your channel was just tiny people. Well, that as well. That as well. This is how confident in his abilities Harry is. Sat there painting in a white top. Mate, that's balls. It's a good job it's an old one then, isn't it? Well, I wouldn't even say it's old because I've got loads that are like just a little bit too tight. Because I put a little bit of weight on this last year. Not loads, which I'm trying to shift, but it's not really working well. So, yeah. I should probably put one on. I'm switching between this and the England match and honestly don't know why I'm watching the football. It's a tragedy. What's football? I'm 6'3" and I still look like a midget. Yeah! Stephen looked small next to me. think you walked in the house and you was like, fuck, you're big. And Mikey, when we went down to the outpost as well, when we met up with Hellstorm Wargaming, walked in, Mikey was like, fucking hell, you are a big lad, aren't you? Oh, what have we got? Whoa! Bazza, I'm 6'7", 20 stone. Yeah, I'm 21 and a bit. A couple of years ago, I actually got down to 19 stone, which I would love to get back down to. I hope the new GUO is coming soon. My Pink Nurgle army needs a worthy leader, and not Potato, the Great Unclean One currently is. No, Sharpie has a Great Unclean One, and I don't know where he got it from. And it's very, very similar to Scabbythrax from Forge World, but it's like half the price. The Hailstorm camera angle made me laugh my tits off to be. Oh yeah, I basically put it on the tripod and I was like, Neil, can you like zoom in appropriately so that it like kind of fits? And me and Mikey's both on, but like chop as much of the backdrop and everything off as you can. And he's like, yeah, there we go. Like, you're only missing like a little bit at the top of your head. So I was like, all right, cool, fair enough. And then I went to edit and I was like, where the hell's me head? But obviously at that point, there was nothing I could do about it. Forge World Great Unclean One is amazing. Yes, but it's £110 of solid chunk of resin. I'm going up mate Jim, weights help a lot. Dreamforge, that fake Unclean One, Harry. Yes, absolutely, that was what it was, Will. That's the one that Sharpie's got. And if anybody wants a really damn cool Keeper of Secrets, Graham, who I did the Age of Sigmar Slanesh battle report with, which I was meant to play him last week, but Justin had to close Battle Bunker up early, unfortunately, so I didn't get my game against him. Creature Caster doing awesome. Keeper of Secrets as well. See, Barry, I would love to go back to the gym, but the problem is, again, time. Like, I got in tonight and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go for a run, but I need a live stream. I need to build dryads. I need to spray dryads. I need to fix Photoshop. I need to get Photoshop working. I've got this to paint. I've got that to paint. Ah, shit. Basically. And Lucy tells me off all the time because, like, I don't feel like I got that much done last month painting and hobby-wise. And then in the Battle Bunker Parade Ground group, which is our locals group, where we share the photos and stuff of what we do, or rules, questions and stuff, I try and keep like a little bit of a painting pledge going to see what people want to paint up during the month. So I built my entire Primaris army. I painted 1,500 points of Tau. I painted my Brass Scorpion, and I OSL'd and weathered my entire collection of Necrons, which is about 8,000 points. Barry, I get up every day at 4, so can gym a lot. See, I'm the opposite, mate. Like, I go to sleep at about 2 or 3, and I get up at 7. But then I get up and go straight to work. You can't buy it anymore. I don't think casts are like rocking horse shite. Not much less than Scabby. Use my Magath Lord for Great Unclean One in 40k. Yeah, Phil used his Glodkin, which is actually in the battle report that's just gone up, J. Thomas. Phil, basically I was like, Phil, bring your demons. Like, we haven't had the demons for a while. Like, will you do chaos? Because obviously you've got some Nurgle, you've got your Zinch army. Like, will you bring them? He was like, oh, I don't really want to. I want to use my Tyranids. Because the Tyranid battle report that went up the week before, that was actually filmed at the end of July, but there was quite a delay in putting it up because I was away at the NWO and stuff. And Phil hadn't actually played these Tyranids for about 3 or 4 weeks. He was like, I really want to play them. And I was like, I totally agree, but I've just put a battle report with my Tyranids. We've just put one up with your Tyranids. I can't really have 3 weeks running where there's Tyranid battle reports. Like, I need to cycle it a little bit. And he was like, I'll use Chaos then. How many points? I was like, 2,000. He was like, okay. But I want to do something else. So can we do a 2,500? So I was like, all right, cool. What army do you want to fight? He was like, I'm not bothered. I was like, well, you pick, because obviously you're playing an army that you're not really 100% into on the day. So you pick your opponent. He was like, right, I want to play Necrons. So I was like, cool, Necrons it is. Now, Necrons are cool, but they're very expensive point-wise now. And 2,500 points didn't get me everything I wanted. So I was like, Phil, can we up the points? He was like, there's not really anything else I want to take, though. I was like, okay, I'll try and work a 2,500 point list out. And this is like literally as he's here to film it, that I hadn't even built my list. So he was like, actually, you know what? You've got a model, and it's 500 points. I'm just going to add it in the list so you can go 3,000, no problem. So he basically stuck the Castigator in as a Renegade Castigator. I was like, oh, great, cool. And do you know what? I actually really enjoyed using the Necrons. But it knocked us off so much that I had to use the Gauze Blasters, and I proxied the Immortal Gauze Blasters as Tesla, that I went out and found 10 Tesla carbines or whatever they're called. I chopped the arms off, I repainted them, and then I was like, I want to do OSL on the whole Necron army. So I basically spent 2 days OSL and weathering them all. Barry, I go to bed at 12. Thought I was bad only having 6 hours sleep. Blimey. 6 hours, what's that like? Yeah, like I very rarely get more than 6 hours. Any suggestion for a big centerpiece for my model, for my word bearers? Thinking of something like a Brass Scorpion or one of the big demons. You mean something like this, Mikey? There you go. Your daughter's never slept. She goes to sleep about 11 and wakes up at 3. Wow. That's nuts that a child can get by on that much sleep. How was it to build? I don't know. It was mostly built when I bought it, apart from the legs, but pretty easy. All the plates were already glued on when I got it. So yeah, you can expect to see the Brass Scorpion next time I use my Khorne, possibly. But like I said, the focus for this coming month is Lucy Sylvaneth, and she's going to help with the Death Watch and the Primaris. I have insomnia. Yeah, I have anxiety, so like when I go to bed and I try and switch off, like my mind just goes into overdrive. It's like, you haven't done this, you haven't done that, you need to do this, you need to do that, you've got all this to do, you need to do that, stop worrying about that, you need to do this, you've got this to do. And I'm sure that I've got ADHD because my attention wanders so fast. I'm like, boof, 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 that. And I struggle to focus, which is why I do this. If I was just sat here now, painting or building, I would paint for like an hour and I'd be like, I'm bored. So by doing this, my mind is active thinking of you guys, but my hands are still doing this. I'm concerned about transporting it. It's pretty solid, or at least mine is. I carried mine into work in a plastic bag whilst I was sharpieing all of the gold. It was by itself in a bag. There was nothing in the bag with it, mind. We'll head to bed thanks to the... Thanks for the company. No worries. Thank you very much for joining us, Liz. I think Phil's totally like vanished now after I asked him to hang out for 10 minutes. It doesn't transport well, lol. Oh, I don't have many left. Oh, she's built and that one's built. 6 more to glue, yay! It looks great in 8th edition. Yeah, it was pretty good in 7th as well, actually. I think it's a super heavy. It counts as like a knight. Seriously, have you looked up Asperger's syndrome? My sister has it and can sometimes get confused with it. Yeah, when I said earlier that I was stepfather, me ex, her son had Asperger's. Now, the problem that I've got is I've always thought that I have Asperger's because I don't deal well in crowds. I'm very anal with the way that like pens have to be in each of the rows that are just under the camera. Are in right to left from darker shade to lighter shade. So I've got all my browns, greys and blacks to greys and whites, blues, purples, reds, yellows, greens. I've got all like that. Even me Xbox games and stuff downstairs, which I don't really play that much anymore. They are categorized so like my kind of game type in sequel order. So I've got all my Halos, then I've got the Mass Effect, then Dragon Ages, but then after that I've got the Fallout and the Elder Scrolls. Me Marvel superhero DVDs are organized in chronological order, so ordered that you would watch them if you watch the entire MCU. Problem is though, Barry, I don't think the doctors really care when you get to like 31 if you've got it or not. It's like, oh, we've made it so far in life now. Like, what does it matter? I've been to the doctors a lot in the past about various different things. I won't go into details, but part of the reason is the whole child situation. Um, that kind of screwed me up a bit when I was 21, and it's a lot of the things that I still struggle with now. It's a lot of the reason I've got anxiety. But I think that's why I'm good with numbers as well. Why I'm basically working in finance, and like in 7th edition, I practically knew all of the army stat lines that I played. Like Lucy and Phil were up here in the gaming room, and I was coming upstairs, and all I heard was Lucy say, "Oh no, it's leadership 3," and I was like, "What's that? A grotesque?" And she was like, "What? How did you know?" I was just like, "Because I know my armies." I never go to the doctors because I feel I'm just being fobbed off and made to feel like an overreacting or being dramatic. Yeah, the doctors just give you antidepressants. I know I've been there. Well, I've been on anti. This is getting quite serious now. I appreciate you guys obviously sharing this with me. I've struggled with a lot of issues. I've had a lot of counselling and I've been on and off tablets. I haven't been on any for quite a while. She's amazing with it. You don't have to worry about it. She now owns her own clothing company. Yeah, that's absolutely amazing that she's managed to do that, mate. So congrats to her. It's just frustrating these days when you go to doctors and you're like, think I might have this, and they're just like, no, or can't get tested. Ah, look at that, I'm one piece short. Very obsessive with everything being alphanumeric sequenced and properly bagged and boarded, yeah. Which, when I'm going to Gibraltar, okay, a lot of people are flying to Malaga because it's cheaper and then driving down. And I'm like, no, I think I'd rather just pay the extra and fly straight there. And then flying back was going to cost me like £220, £230 for my flight back. And my mum was like, Harry, that's ridiculous money. Like, just find a hostel or something, stay there for one night and get the flight home on the Tuesday when it's like 80 quid. And I'm like, Mum, I'm not staying in a foreign country where I don't know anybody to have to find my own way to the airport and navigate everything myself. I don't want to do it. I'm paying the extra money and I'm flying home on that day. My mind's wandering, let's change the subject. OSL, Phil's face, please. I go into school and talk to kids and stuff about mental health. It's good that you do that, mate. Honestly, there needs to be a lot more awareness about it. In particular adults, because I think, like, it's really hard, and I know there's a lot of conditions and stuff, right? But I think a lot of it now is doctors don't want to make diagnoses because I think a lot of children are genuinely naughty, and people will go to the doctors, oh, I think he's got ADHD, when they, I don't know how to say this without getting really serious, but I think a lot of children probably aren't as well looked after as others. They're probably not paid as much attention. When I was a kid, my mum would sit down with me, she would build Lego with us, she would play with me figures with us. She'd do, like, even when I was younger than that, she'd do, like, the flashcards where you match pairs up and do jigsaws and stuff like that. You've got to interact with your kids to stimulate them. If you don't, they become very bored very easily. And they need something to distract them. And I think a lot of kids don't get that attention. The parents take them to the doctors, oh, he's got ADHD because he's acting up. Well, no, he just genuinely wants attention. I think that's a lot of the issue. And then obviously when someone who is genuine wants to go for the help, don't like it. Jay Thomas says, definitely not staying in a hostel, cannot take other people in my space. No. When me and Lucy first started dating, I did not like her interfering with the house. I did not like her leaving things. If she stopped over when we first started dating, I was just like, no, I don't want her stuff here. I don't much like sharing a bedroom with my wife, and she touches mine sometimes. Strangers in your bedroom is totally understandable. I don't. No, I'm very wary of people that come to the house. I don't really like letting people in. Barry says too many kids want to grow up very quick. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously you see posts on. Right, let's change the conversation because I'm going to end up offending someone. Yeah, that's why I don't let my daughter push dolls about her pram. See, I'm on the fence. I can see both sides. I think that, 30 years ago, dolls and prams were all the thing. And for girls then, it was probably a very important thing to do. Now, though, I think because of society and what's it called, that we do, social networking, it's so much easier to access any type of information, images, videos, or anything that you want to see. It leaves people very vulnerable. Well, I've been with my missus 10 years. She touches me sometimes, Harry. I don't like as I've got 2 kids when that happens. Jacob, I'm not going any further into it than that. Where is Phil? Where is Phil? I need Phil. Phil needs to come and entertain the chat for a few minutes. Where's Phil? Phil, where you at? Back to models now, yay. Phil says he's busy, doing his vocal exercises. Yeah, man. Actually, these aren't finished because I've got loads of random bits of pieces that I need to put on the tips of them, so I think they'll probably have to get sprayed tomorrow, which is a bit of a shame, like, but never mind. So, oh, that one's coming off. See, I need to do spray paint no matter what I do. He says he's busy squeezing it into his lycra suit, maybe. Quite possibly. Right, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to run and grab a drink so that people don't think that I've totally abandoned the chat. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to swap the screen to the intro screen. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes after I've had a quick drink and possibly spray something. Not the dryads, though. I'm back. Right, what have we got in the chat? So least favourite army to play against in 40k and Age of Sigmar. Don't know. I don't mind playing about against anything in 40k at the minute, apart from stupid lists like Tau Commander spam and Brimstone Horror Smite spam. Don't like them. So spammy lists like that are crap. I'm going to get my Palmo. Enjoy it, mate. It's been ages since I've had one. Mods are away post-heresy. Spring looks face with his seam. Wow, Phil! So how bored of NIDs are you guys? I'm not. Oh, Jacob, don't start crying about God is the new Tau. I knew you'd have a remark to that. Did you see what won the Nova Open? The list was pretty good, but shocking at the same time. Baz just paid 316 guardsmen. Mate, I did 20 for my Gene Stealer cult and wanted to kill myself. The Cadian models are horrendously bad. Stephen, I thought 65 warriors were bad. Yeah, I painted 36. I painted 50 to get me Tau up to scratch. Templars of Doom, ESO. Are you excited about Death Guard next week? Nope, because I don't play Death Guard. I'm excited about the fact that they're bringing another Primarch back, and then we're probably going to get another Imperial one. But beyond that, I'm not overly fussed on Nurgle. Tired of playing against Imperium armies. Everybody I play against has Space Marines or Imperial Guard. Jay Thomas, where are you from? My mum's just sent us a video of the dog with a giant rope toy that I got him like 2 years ago. Ah, North Carolina. I was going to say, you know, maybe we can organise a trip, but North Carolina's a bit far for me, unfortunately. I play Necrons, and the Mortarion model makes me want to run a Death Guard army. It's a pretty nice model. Speaking of which, Templars of Doom, I've just took some photos, right, of... I've just gone through and updated me Necron army with some OSL effects. So I'm just going to post them on the Facebook page now, actually. So if you can, go and check out the Facebook page. And I'm just about to press upload on them now. Alistair Everett. Why have you changed your name to Alistair Everett? You are Ali Bongo. Also, guys, if anyone's interested in any second-hand models, message Ali. He's got a shit ton of stuff. Give me 2 seconds to write the post. The Necrons, OSL and Weathering for the win. By the way, Necron bat rep now. I'll post a link to the battle report in that. So yeah, give it about 2 minutes, Templars of Doom, and that should be up on the Facebook page. And you can go and view that at your pleasure. So, what should we talk about now? Someone pick a subject to discuss. I'm open to anything. Jez Andrews mentioned you in a comment. Whoa. If you have two different war scrolls for the same unit, can I choose which to use, or must I use the most recently published one? You can choose which war scroll to use, but it may be more convenient to your opponent if you use the most recently published version, especially if the early version is no longer readily available. Hang on with that, what have we got? I've heard Death Gods have been getting the blue ball treatment from GW all summer. I'm going to lose my freaking mind if I don't get that Mortarian next weekend. Whoa! How is Alistair Everett there and Ali Bongo? GW Monster Week. Harry, do you think Wood Elves will get new units maybe next year? Possibly, Ali, but I'm putting a Age of Sigmar Wood Elf battle report up this week. How much does a kidney go for on the black market? I think it's £1/4 pound of plastic. Please, he's going to OSL Phil's face. Ali, how cool is that? So yeah, the Necron terrain was basically made from some packaging. I'm waiting for some more stuff from TT Combat, but I'm waiting for it to turn up. I've got some Elvish terrain. In fact, Ali, you know the Eldar terrain that we played on when we did that ITC? I keep looking there because I forget the camera's up there. When we played the ITC game at War Games, there's some of it down here somewhere in these piles because Lucy very kindly bought me some. So he looks like a librarian. I was on the wrong account now. I've got my phone sorted. I'm using that now computer. Okay. You totally missed. We had a massive conversation when Basil was here as well about ADHD and Asperger's and stuff. It was interesting. But I don't know where I put my clippers. So it's going to have to be... I don't want to use my knife. I think it's going to have to be. Yeah, it started getting quite deep. Basil suggested that I may have Asperger's, which I totally wouldn't put it past, but I basically feel like I'm at that age now where like the doctors aren't going to give a shit. What's the point in getting diagnosed? Because they'll just go, oh yeah. You've managed all this time. It's like, no, whatever. Some really cool little bits and pieces that you can get here that like glue on the bases for the Sylvanas flag. I forgot it was live stream. Oh, don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it at all. What have we got? You think there will be a new town model out since their leadership was killed in the last campaign book? No idea, Stephen. No idea at all. He's going to look like Girlyman Ali, like a beautiful butterfly. I want to build a new table. My first one is desert themed. Next one is going to be Nurgle inspired. Hi, my dad's got some sort of disability and never been checked, but I went to the doctors with him to book a diagnosis. He's nearly 60, so never too late, man. Yeah, I don't feel like there's really much point, Ali, to be honest. Like, my doctors are shite anyway, and like I've been in and out with. We spoke about this in person, and I've revealed enough. I've revealed enough that I've revealed as much as I'm comfortable with discussing on a live chat to the public audience, and I explained a lot to you when we met up. Any good terrain makers tutorials I should watch? Yes, absolutely. 3. First of all, Mel the Terrain Shooter. Look up the Terrain Shooter on YouTube. Second off, Luke's APS. Luke does some fantastic, terrain pieces and stuff. And lastly, one that I have just found, Wylock Miniatures. Which Wylock goes into a lot more detail and effort than your average scenery maker, so I would say if you want more advanced stuff, go with him. I know Mel and Luke. Cool. Wylock Miniatures is probably, I think it's Wylock Miniatures or Wylock's Army. Give us 2 seconds. YouTube subs. Wylock's crafting vids. Speaking of terrain, have you decided what to do with the part of the Supremacy Army yet? Yeah, it's going to be turned into a terrain piece, but I need time. Kablams do terrain. Yes, Craig actually does do some terrain as well. Check out Craig. I need to share some photos to these lads. Give me 2 minutes. Why does everything happen on a live stream? It's just like, oh, I need to sort all this out. Oh, it's going to be all the way back past there. There we go. I hope, what was his name? Doodles! Ha! Dave's actually in the live. So, everybody, Doodles, I was in a band with him about 4 or 5 years ago where we played pop punk type stuff, and the best song we ever covered was High Voltage by Electric Six. If you're into guitars and stuff, go and check out his covers because he's awesome. And the narrative campaign I mentioned, he's hopefully going to be contributing some music to it. So please go and check him out if you like guitar banter. Danger, danger, high voltage. Fuck, was it that long? Absolutely, mate. I just moved into my house. When Phil got OSL'd. January 2014 was our Angel gig. Jesus Christ, 4 years nearly. High Voltage, haha, what a song. Absolutely. I absolutely loved, we covered Slither by Velvet Revolver as well. And do you know what it is? Considering, like, Dave was the only guitarist and then me on bass, you would think that it would sound quite empty, but we made it work and it was brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. 10 Vikings waiting on a wash to dry. Yeah, I need to get these fixed up. Get these glued onto the models. I need to spray them, but then I've got my augers here to paint as well. I don't think I want to get the browns done on these unless I get a chance to nip downstairs for 5 minutes if the rain stops. Phil Hall just started a Nurgle Army AOS army using the Blight Wars box as a base. Yeah. Harry, do you like Architects, the band, or Parkway Drive, all the original stuff? I've never really listened to them. If you ever want to play some bass on a cover for YouTube, I'm down. Dave, I've actually just sold my bass last month because I haven't played it in over a year because of college. But I do have my pedals and I've still got my amp, which I need to sell. Which reminds me, I should have pulled them out tonight and put them on the trading page. I do regret selling it because I had a lovely guitar, I had a Music Man sub, but time, just didn't have time to play. And then obviously with us going to college 2 nights a week this year, it's just it's not going to happen. So yeah, it's a shame because I didn't really want to sell it, but I kind of need the money as well because I'm paying my mum £2 back because she got a new engine put in my car for us when it blew up. So I kind of owe her that, and I was a little bit skint, and it had to go, unfortunately. But never mind. The way I've seen it is I'm not going to have time to play it for the next 2 years. So when I finish college, if I want to then play it, all I've got to do is then go and buy another one. Which by that time I'll hopefully be in a slightly, well, I probably won't be in a better paid job because I've got to stay with SCS for a couple of years. Cost $650 to repair. Yeah, mine was $1650 for an engine and $300 fitting. Play what? Just got back. Bass guitar, Jacob. Was looking at very true, man. Grab a cheap bass from Music Mart Northeast, easy enough. Always a square. Yeah. See, if I want to get back to it, Dave, I can. But it's a case of like I've got my amp sat there. Do I really need it sitting there when I can probably get 200 quid for it? What did you end up getting done to your engine? Basically, I've got an automatic, and it ended up seizing. So it was just like, yeah, you need a whole new engine. I was just like, fuck. Not what I wanted. I was looking at the large plastic monsters and a Forge World model to complete the army fill. Phil's absolutely your demon guy to go to, and Tyrannid. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about either. I've got Korn, but I don't really. Phil has time to read a lot. I don't. So even if he doesn't have the army, he can probably offer reasonable advice on it. Very true. If you've got an iPad or iPhone, you can download BIOS. So then you jam on that, or use your PC without the same. Our head gasket got skimmed and radiator replaced. Radiator blew. It was well close to the engine blowing. Yeah, I've had that done when I had my old Corsa, mate, the little black Corsa that I used to have. That happened to that as well, and it cost us like 1,200 quid to get that fixed, and it was the worst thing I ever did. The car was never the same. And then I traded it in to get me insignia. Never looked back. Never had a problem until boom, that happened. Insignia was sweet car. The course was awesome too. I almost had 15-20k of demons once. Had a 10k game against Orcs on the bridgeboard at Warhammer World. Nice. I actually got a message from somebody on Facebook the other day saying, "Oh, next time you're down at Warhammer World, can we play a 10k game?" And I'm like, I'm totally down for a 10k game on a massive board at Warhammer World, right? But it doesn't open till 10 o'clock. 10,000 points. I can't film an army overview. I'm never going to, even set up time alone for that kind of size game. And then playing it, you'd be lucky to get through 2 turns. And it's not worth it. Because 2 turns of a game doesn't really do much. Even at 10,000 points. Like, last time I went down and I played a 7,000 point game with Nigel, Steve and Michael. They had a Reaver and a Warhound. We had 2 Revenants and the giant Vampire Hunter or whatever it's called. Like, that was a lot of points in like 5 models. other than that, it was like a 4,500 point game, and we only got through 3 turns. Vandis Hammerhand, he is here. Lucy, unfortunately, is not. She's at home. She's not very well. She did play last night, though, against Mixed Destruction for the first time, and there was Gordrak on Maw-Crusher and spiders. She hates spiders. Ethan Wong, hello, Ethan. So, seeing as Vandis is in, obviously big Stormcast player, recognises Lucy's Stormcast and everything. Vandis, what are your thoughts on Neve Black Talon, or whatever her name is? She needs to bring Vandis into her games if they're large ones. He's so much worth it. Absolutely agree. I think in smaller games, though, she still prefers the normal one because of the shield. But yeah, absolutely, she'll be bringing Vandis in the future. Have you tried out your Beast Claw Raiders after the Stonehorn nerf yet? Yes, I did. I tried them last night. I would have edited the battle report tonight, but I decided to do a live stream. So hopefully tomorrow or Wednesday, you'll see the battle report, Eric. It hurts. It really hurts. There's no two ways about it. It hurts. When you're getting shot at with like 40 arrows from Wood Elf archers, and every wound counts as a wound, it hurts. There's just... I can't even say play better because yeah. Neve, it's Vandis' girlfriend. Funny aside it is. She's from the Hammers of Sigmar, same cast mold as Vandis. Yeah, absolutely. Lucy actually really liked that about her as well. She hasn't read the Blight War book yet. She has took it home with her. So I think she'll probably read that tonight or tomorrow. I've been planning to start Beast Claw Raiders after Christmas, and seeing that nerf just hurt my heart. You know what though, Eric? If you love the models, still do it. The models are absolutely fantastic. Now, yes, it hurt that they got that bit of a nerf right, but Mournfangs are so good for 160 points. She's basically a Corn Melee assassin, pretty much. Only Stormcast in the game without items that got 7 attacks. Unless you keep the Prime off the board until turn 4. But yeah, me and Lucy's going to hopefully play a game on Saturday or Sunday. Age of Sigmar. I've told her she can pick. Did she want to try out one of the other match play missions? Did she want to try a siege game? Or did she want to use the open cards? I plan on it, but I noticed they haven't updated the War Scrolls yet. There's nothing that actually needed changing. It was literally that FAQ. That's all that's changed for Beast Claws. Just that on the Stonehorns. So the book is still 100% valid. I used it yesterday. The only exception, like I said, well, the points aren't even actually in that book because it's one of the slightly older ones. But the Earlbad Battalion is still absolutely worth it. +1 damage on the Huskard, and then 6 to wound, cause an additional mortal wound in addition to the damage. Then because your Beast Claws, you reroll them 1s to wound when you charge. And with the nerf to the Destruction Allegiances, I think Beast Claw is definitely better. So you're either getting reroll saves of a 1, or you're getting a 3-inch move. 5s and 6s aren't great, but there you go. Vandis, Prime is tricky, even so being £340 rather than 360. Neve, it's a much less demanding expected model to field for the results, because once you put a prime, you expect so much out of him. Yes and no. It depends, because Lucy used him in a game against Luke's Death before, and she got him within 9 inches of Celestant on foot. So he was hitting on 2s, wounding on 2s with like 5 attacks, -3 for 3 damage. It was just like bang. Well, I've got like 5 lists I plan to write out, just look really fun with Beast Claw Raiders, and a few of them have Gargants in. Do you know what, Eric? If you love them, right, that is absolutely the right reason to play them. People cried because the Thunder Tusks were like, oh, you're doing 6 mortal wounds on a 2+. Okay, do 3 wounds to me and it drops to D6. And the thing is with the Stonehorns and the Thunder Tusks, right, they have 3 or 4 tiers. They drop, and as soon as you lose even 1 or 2 of them, you really feel it in your army. The artifacts for them are good. I try to take the Mammoth Plate, which is reroll saves against Rend -0. So that'll help keep your Huskard alive. Alternatively, you've got the Pelt of Charngar, which gets you 1 wound back per turn, or possibly D3. Now, I took a Frostlord on Stonehorn, but my opinion, I would like to do this at some point. I wouldn't be able to take the Earlbad if I did it, but me Stonehorn pair, I want to change that over to a Thunder Tusk, and I want a Huskard on Stonehorn because he allows a unit of Mournfangs to pile in and attack at the same time. I want a Huskard on Thunder Tusk because he's then healing everybody, and then I want the Frostlord on Stonehorn. The Mammoth Plate on Frostlord, yeah, so he's got 3 up rerollable against nothing with any rend. Stick a Huskard on Thunder Tusk behind him, give the Huskard the Pelt of Charngar to keep him alive, and then use the Frost-Weathered Ice to keep the Frostlord alive. Then take a Huskard on Stonehorn so that he can charge across the field with a unit of 4 Mournfang, have him pile in an attack, then have the unit of 4 Mournfangs pile in an attack at the same time. Doing sixes, doing mortal wounds, rerolling 1s because you charge. If you're interested in magnetizing your big mammoths, your beasts as well, there's a magnetization tutorial further down the channel. If you go and have a look through that. Vander says, I did play the Prime mission with odd objectives against Khorne, for example. Went in game at turn 3 and he killed 2 units of 20 blood letters and still went in for the Herald on foot. He's powerful when he gets going. Yeah, I've watched it. Cool. Glad you've watched that. There were so many pictures, posts on the Beast Claw Raider Facebook page about it. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. It was actually a lot of you guys might, particularly Age of Sigmar players, might recognise this name that I'm about to shout out. Barber Larry. He comments a lot on the Age of Sigmar stuff. Really knowledgeable. Knows his old factions as well. Offered me a lot of advice when putting the August together as well. And he sent me pictures of when he did his. And as a result of that, I did one off camera and then used another one to then do the magnetization video. How about them 3 people? Is anyone going to get the box? Probably not, just because I don't want another army at the moment. I think I'll build a Frostlord, a Huskard, and 2 Beast Riders. And don't magnetize the heads from that because I don't put more than 1 each Frostlord and Huskard in my list. The problem is, right, the Huskard on different beasts has different abilities. The Frostlord, I would probably... The Frostlord you want in combat, so you want your Frostlord on a Stonehorn without question. But the Huskard on Stonehorn is good because it lets the Mournfangs attack. But then in the same aspect as well, the Frostlord on Thunder Tusk, the Huskard on Thunder Tusk is good because he heals everyone. And for me, it's just I don't quite know which one to go. So, if possible, I would have actually put all 3 heroes in. Get guard with sword and shield. Given dominant command trait. Suddenly those guards get annoying with their saves. Which guard's this? Ah, that's why I'll magnetize the beast heads. Right, fair enough, fair enough. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said. Yeah, that's what I did. I basically glued 2 together as just heroes. So I can just swap the head, but I magnetized the arm as well. So I can literally just swap between Frostlord and Huskard by swapping the arm. And I can't get this guy off. I'm trying to pull apart my Iron Blasters so I can cheat when I spray them. But I can't seem to get... Oh, crap. And I've just snapped it. Oh, whoever had these as well and truly glued these on, like... Oh, there we go. There's 1 foot off anyway. Oh. Well, that'll do. It's left half of it. Ah, it's spiked into my hand. I have to finish painting my Iron Jaws before I get these Claw Raiders, so that's what I'll get for Christmas. The only thing I'm buying soon is the 2 Gargant box. Buy the Icewind Assault box, so you get the 2 big ones, 4 Mournfangs and the Hunters and the Yetis. Get that. Then buy 1 Start Collecting box. That is everything you will need. I was kind of good because I bought an additional Stonehorn and then the additional Mournfangs. And even with discount, it still worked out as more than when the Start Collecting box came out. Harry, were them ogres useful? Absolutely, Ali. I haven't painted them up as of yet. I've managed to build a list, but I had to buy the Gargants to get them in. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put the other ones in when I get them painted up to match the ones I've already got. So they were useful, Ali. Thank you very much. Yeah, getting that in a starting box. Yeah, absolutely. That and the 2 Gargants gets me enough to build like 5 or 6 lists I've worked out. I've got the 2 Gargants. I've just built them today. They're going to go with me, me ogres. So, where's my super glue? Where is my super glue? Seriously, where's my super glue? I don't know where my super glue is. Oh well. This one might be a little bit harder to get out. So what I'm doing is I'm basically, with these, I'm cutting the boar out, so I can spray the boar the same colour as my Mournfangs, and then I'm going to cut the ogre off the top, so I can do the ogre all the flesh tones whilst doing the cannon, the tusks, and the base of it. Because that's quite a big area that I can probably get the 3 different colours on it, no problem. Going to use them right now with my Iron Jaws. What should I add to my Age of Sigmar army next? I have to kill them with Angry Brian, Blessed Dwarfs. Actually, anyone actually tried Liberators in a 30-man unit? Lucy wants to, because with Castellan's +1 to hit, and Celestine's +1 to hit, then Castellan's +1 armor save gives them 3+ reroll on 1s, and with hammers they're hitting on 3s. Wounding on 3s, and if she goes against something with 5 or more wounds, cough, beast claws, cough, she's hitting on 2s. Yeah, they did. It's lovely, but when you consider it 500 and odd points, it's not cheap. I think they maybe should have done it for like 20 rather than 30. They give Vandis +1 attack as well. And they ignore battle shock. Yeah, Lucy used to use that with the guy anyway, with the normal Celestin on Dracoth. But Vandus is passive. Something that she's actually going to be doing, Vandus, you might be interested in this. In order to help her learn her Sylvaneth, rather than basically jumping in with all units in one go, she's actually going to run the Guardians of Alariel battalion, which is sickening in itself because the Liberators and Judicators just get +1 armor save simply for being within range of Castellan, and they all count as Bravery 10. Whilst within range of the Branch Witch, or Branch Wraith, which is disgusting. So the first game that she'll do with a Sylvaneth will be with that, so that she's got, you know, some of her Stormcast that she's familiar with, and then she'll only have 3 units of Sylvaneth to worry about. Problem with Vanda's lack of defense method. Yeah, because he's named, you can't take artifacts or anything on him either. I think that's why Lucy still likes the normal one. Built 9 Jaws with 2 times more cushion and 2 Gargants. That's sickening. Oh, Lucy's in the chat. She's joined us. Vandus will be happy. Lucy will be happy that Vandus is here. Oh, come on. I want this ogre off here. Problem I found with Vandus, I found he is too big of a target. Anyone aims straight at him. Yeah, absolutely. When people realise that obviously that stops the battle shock, people go for him. And because of his lack of defense, like Vandus said, where at least with the normal Celestin on Dracoth, it's less points. He's got the shield, plus he can take an artifact for a bit of protection as well. Evening all, what have I missed? Not that much. We've had a few deep conversations, deep and meaningful conversations. We've talked about hobby stuff, what's coming to the channel soon, what we're working on. Lucy's working on me Death Watch, whilst I work on her Sylvaneth. And whilst we're here, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all the Patreons. Battle reports can be viewed a week early via Patreon. Please tell me that's not my internet dying. No, it's not. So battle reports can be viewed 1 week early on Patreon. The one that the Patrons have had access to for the last week, the one that's just gone live today, which is Demons versus Necrons. The one that will be on Patreon on Friday will be the debut of my Tau versus Khorne. Yes. Lots of blood. For those of you who aren't subscribed via Patreon, it will be available next Friday for general view on YouTube. Harry wrestled the giant Mars bar. No, I did not. Tom Taylor, how are you, Dark Artisan man? How are you, Tom? How are you? Well, I noticed that Vandus can get Dracoth traits. Yeah, he can, because technically there's nothing saying that he's not taking an artifact or anything, it's just a trait. That's not a bad shout, actually, good find. So, I'll tell you what I'll do, right? I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to go and do some spray painting quickly. And I'll come back and I'll crack the airbrush out. And we'll crack on and get some knuckle down work done. How tall are you, Dark Artisan? 16 feet 6. No, not quite. Eric says 2 more crushers, 2 gargants, 2 times 5 brutes, and a unit of 10 brutes. What new things would you like to see added to AOS? I would like to see Cthulhu elves. Lucy can probably talk a little bit about new things that she'd like to see in Age of Sigmar. She knows a lot more of the fluff of Age of Sigmar than me. She played against her first Maw Crusher last night, so she can tell you how that went. But yeah, I'm going to go spray paint and hopefully not be too long, because then when I come back I can get on with lots of work then. And it's only 10 to 10, which means I have plenty of time. So instead of you guys looking at an empty chair, I'm going to give you the intro screen again. And I'll be back soon. Is back. Hi guys, sorry about the delay. Right, let's have a quick look through the chat. Where we at? Okay guys, while he's away. Well, King Claude, the breath 4+ inch is handy, however it may result on a 4+. Next time the donations reach 30 quid, it will be Harry this time singing and dancing. Absolutely not. One Punch Man. No! French made. Giant Amorium Cherub. No way. Anyway, the other day I was playing with Vanders, had to take a risky move to kill Scarbrand in a charge because I don't know ones like Lucy. Yeah, that was horrendous what she did there. I had luck with 6 attacks +1 from Mystic Light from this Castellan. Plus blessing weapons. Has anyone heard the rumours about the Forge will do more of the Sigmar models? You blew up Scarbrand on the charge. Haha. Yeah, Vandus is a flat 3 damage. I think the normal Celestine's D3, isn't it? I hear they're going to be doing mostly Hobbit pretty soon. Yeah, they've really been pushing the Hobbit, actually. Forge World AOS, no, not really, other than bringing back old kits. Fingers crossed for the Chaos Dragon. That thing that wife's been working on for years still looks awesome. I saw your Harlequins in a battle report one day, and that is the most beautiful Harlequin army I've ever seen. The basing was brilliant. Thank you very much, Eric. They are actually going to no retreat with me. Is it worth getting an airbrush if you are a complete noob painter? I painted for 2.5 years before I got an airbrush, and it's like relearning to paint again. The effects that you get are very, very different to brushes. So my Blood Angel was an example. I'll spray them Red Dragon, top, bottom and everything, and I'll paint all of the panels and I'll highlight them all in a certain way and everything. Now, don't know how much you're going to be able to see. I'm going to show you some Shadow Spectres, which I've done for Sean. So I hit them from underneath with a US intermediate, like bluey, greeny, turquoisey shade. So I spray the entire model. You can't really see actually from underneath. It's hard to get the focus that close. 2 seconds. I've got my tripod here, so I'll show you as a close-up of it. So bear with us because I'm going to have to change the focus and stuff a lot on this. That's a knife. So there we go. So underneath, right, you can see there, it still looks very grey to you guys, okay, but it is, where's the colour at? So it's US Intermediate Blue, which is this shade. So I sprayed it all underneath with that, and then I sprayed it from the side with Stonewall Grey, sorry, Wolf Grey, and then I hit it from the top with white, and then what I did is I used Bale Tan Wash to go in all the cracks and crevices that you see there, like on the armour plates, and basically highlight all that in. So what you get is you get white light on the top, to grey on the sides, to the darker colours underneath, whereas normally if you would do this on a brush, most people would paint all of this white and then highlight it, where with this you get the full gradient effect. So you can see there how white it is on the top. And then as you turn to the side, it gets more grey on the side. And then as you look underneath, it gets darker. So that's how I had to basically relearn my whole technique of painting, basically. So I'm going to be able to focus that. Let me just get me back in focus. There we go. So yeah, it's a totally different way of painting. I want to paint a glow in the Dark Army. That would be awesome. I love those models. Need to get some for my LDAR. The molds actually broke. Sean bought them 2 years ago when we went down to Warhammer World to play against Geeks 40k. And he picked them up then, but Sean doesn't paint at all. And he was like, Harry, I want you to paint these for us. So I painted the 5 of them up. I don't even think I showed you actually. I did OSL on the crystals as well. You probably can't see, but basically on the side of the gun here, there's like a blue overglow from all the crystals as well, like what I've done on my Necrons. If you've checked out the pictures I've just put on Facebook, I did that with them as well. So, yes. Anyway, who wants to go table down whilst I airbrush? I say whilst I airbrush, I didn't clean it out 100% last time, I don't think. I also don't know how loud that compressor is going to be. And that's a lot of damn screws. Because look at the goodies we got. We got lots of Sylvaneth. Lots and lots of Sylvaneth. I'm tempted to go with the white first though, simply because I need my damn super glue. Where's it gone? Lucy, do you know where my super glue is? Oh wait there, hang on. You can do some effects with the airbrush that you can't do with a brush. Absolutely. Somewhat easier with a brush, like saving you hours of work and then require a brush. Yeah, I did most of my beast claws with airbrush and I still had to go in and do a lot of work with the brush. I wonder if it makes good glow in the dark paints. Also, airbrush can do spider webs. Perfect. How can you do perfect spider webs? I don't want to use craft paints, but it's what I've got to do. It's a whole different skill than brush painting. Absolutely. It's very, very different. I'm fortunate that I've got quite a few friends that are very, very good painters that do use airbrush, and the amount of hours that I've spent talking to them, watching videos and stuff. Stephen Dunn says, I'm still stuck in the dark ages doing brushwork. Mate, if you look at everything that I have built and painted prior to when the Beast Claws appeared on the channel in May, everything was brush painted. Lucy, actually on the game table. No, it's not there. It's okay, I'll just have to use the plastic glue and hope that it sticks. I think my Dark Eldar will glow in the dark. Eric says, got my airbrush a couple of years ago and love it. Absolutely, Eric. Like, I'm going to do Lucy Sylvaneth. I'm going to spray them all brown, but then I'm going to do lighter brown dry brush as I get towards the top. Then where I get to where the leaves are, I'm going to do like a hot pink, faded to a baby pink. I can see already that Slith or whatever its name is, walking brain thing. How to make spider webs. Use your wife's hairspray. Apply a bit of spray liquid from a small pot into the airbrush. Low pressure over an air. Wow! I may have to steal that, Vandus, to do on Lucy's bases. If you haven't seen Lucy's bases already, they're not finished. I still need to add some water effects. But if that is in focus, you can get the idea. I know that's a bit out of focus. I wish this webcam would autofocus, but unfortunately it doesn't. So I'm going to put water effects on the purple, kind of like what my Beast Claw ones are. Oh, by the way, if you haven't already, please check out the tutorial I did for the Beast Claw bases. It was the first time that I'd actually done voiceover on a video. I enjoyed it. It was different. And my camera's at a totally crap angle. So, give me 2 minutes. The music's gone very techno. Let's go back to some license-free battle music. So where are we at? Back in the chat. I pinned a new 40k starter Marines as Ultramarines. It took maybe an hour to have everything but the bits of them all done with an airbrush. Yeah, I went to the first Age of Sigmar tournament. Me and Lucy went to it together. and I took my corner, and I took 2 Bloodthirsters, Skull Crushers, not Skull Crushers, Blood Crushers and stuff. And then when I realised, no, I need more models than my opponents here, I had 20 or 30 Bloodletters. I basically went away and I was like, right, I need 100 Bloodletters. And I bought 100 Bloodletters and I painted 100 Bloodletters in about 6 hours. So yeah. The idea was from Mias Miniatures. Is that a channel? Jay Thomas is going to be buying. Thanks, you've got to find some good paints and buy an army. If you're looking to save a little bit of money, Jay Thomas, I would recommend go for another hobby store. Like go for like a local independent one. Pick up some Vallejo paints rather than GW. GWs are nice. It's what I'm used to, so I've always stuck to them. But my airbrush paints, I use Vallejo. But a lot of people swear by their colours. So you can probably pick them up cheaper. They don't dry out as fast because they're in dropper bottles as well. So realistic spiderwebs made easy. Put that on YouTube, you'll see. So Ali Bongo says Vallejo and P3 are good. Ali, she actually picked up some P3 paints when we went down to the outpost when we played Mikey. Vallejo air paints are awesome. That's all I've got. I've only got Vallejo air. Very occasionally I need to use a GW paint. But even really thinned and watered down, it still clogs the airbrush. And I'm about to rage at it when I do all of these because I need to use Dryad Bark, which is a layer paint. That's my thoughts. You can also find a couple of people have done lists to match them up to the Games Workshop colours. Yeah, there's loads of colour charts all over the place. There's one on Dakar, and it's got the Citadel colours down the left, Vallejo, P3, Army Painter, and another one. But there's definitely like at least a 5-table thing like that. So, Vanderston, on that question, and obviously with Lucy's permission, do you think that I should put spiderwebs on the bottom of this once the water effect and everything's on, just to make it even more detailed? On that note, though, Lucy's gonna hate me, right? But I'm gonna do my Mornfangs and stuff first because I don't want the white to get any brown or anything in it. So I'm actually gonna do all the whites and everything first. But before we start, if I can get my camera back, I don't know how well this is going to work, guys, so I apologise if it's crap. Let's see if we can extend this little tripod up a bit. It's only a cheap and naff tripod, but we'll see what we can get out of it. So I'm not going to do all of my ogres, but I'll do the bits that I can because I've got the 4 Mornfang Riders I need to prime, and I need to prime my Gargants before I do the, what do you call it, the flesh colours, basically, so I won't be able to do the flesh colours. Haha! So, I'll just put the chat back on. What have we got? P3 is brushable but thinned down, amazing for airbrush and lasts forever. No, unless the theme. Right. No, in that case, no, it's not happening. But I may have to steal that for I may have to steal that idea for an army. I don't know. I love the Gargant model. Yeah, I built 2 today in 40 minutes on my lunch at work. And you can tell it's an old kit, but it was really nice to build. The box is set into 2, finally get the 5 I need for the Gargant Battalion. Is the 5 in the battalion? I didn't even know there was a battalion of them. What does it actually do with a battalion? But yeah, I was after 1 just because I really loved the model and I want to go with my ogres. And I kept missing them on eBay when they were going for like 15 quid, and I didn't really want to pay 30 for them. So I basically waited and managed to pick up the box set when it came out, which I was really pleased that I didn't pick one up on eBay actually in the end. So got a bit of flow improver. Oh, I don't have much intermediate blue left. That's, oh crap! Don't say I've got none. No, I've got one more there. Intermediate blue. People ask, I did all my tow in this, and people said, why do you base them in blue? Well, because blue is the undershade. So whoever was asking about the airbrush, I think it might have been Jay Thomas. Start from the bottom up, start with your darkest tone and lighten up. You've got to think about where the light's going to hit the model from, rather than just painting the whole model and then dry brushing or painting the entire top of the model. They are funny the way they can fall on your units and do mortal wounds. Absolutely, I think it was absolutely brilliant. Too risky. I think they're just massive. It's a lot of fun. I know Lucy had a fun game against one she played, I think about 4,000 points, with a high elf player that she'd never met, against a lad from, he lives quite away from us, but he came up to Battle Bunker, and him and one of the other guys that Lucy knows from the club, and brought his mate who plays High Elves. So Lucy teamed up the High Elves. An Ogre Butcher. Yep, absolutely. I've got one, and I need to convert another one. Once I've converted that other one, that'll get me right up to 2,000 points with the Gargants. So I'll have 2 in the list. So basically, the 2,000 point list, it'll be a unit of 12 Ogres for the discount, a unit of 6 Iron Guts, because that's what I've got, and a unit of 3 Lead Belchers, because again, that's what I've got. So they'll be my 3 battle lines, because they're now battle lines if you run Gutbuster Allegiance. 2 Iron Blasters, because I've got them, and just, you know, I want to use them. A Tyrant, a Butcher, and the Gargants. Oh, why? There we go. Just a small blockage. So learn, train, play. Hey man, what you working on? I'm about to start and finish off Mournfangs, the last 4 Mournfangs, which will give us 12, 2 Iron Blasters, but I'm only doing the whites and stuff for the minute. And then I'm going to jump across and do Lucy Sylvaneth. I'm going to paint up the entire army in browns tonight. But yeah, I'm just doing the Mournfangs now because I want to do the... that camera's not going to be the best angle for you to see, is it, with my hand in the way. One of the 5 Gargants becomes the Gargant King, and he doesn't roll for the number of attacks, always gets max number. That is awesome. So I'll move the camera actually to there. And refocus it slightly. No, that's the wrong way. I realise that it's not the best angle because I've got the light at this side here above it, but hopefully it'll do. There's a little bit of a blockage in there actually. There we go. So yeah, for the Mournfangs, I use an intermediate blue. I do my Tower in exactly the same way, so I base them in black first, and then I spray them with intermediate blue. And I hope the noise isn't too loud, guys. Please let me know if the compressor is too loud. It is under the table, so hopefully the microphone on the camera doesn't pick it up too much. I should probably invest in a clip-on mic, but we'll have to see what Santa brings, maybe. So yes, 4 Mournfangs here, which Phil kindly gave me. He had an 8th edition Fantasy Army, which was basically the Ogres and the Mournfangs and the Iron Blasters and stuff. And he donated them to me very kindly in exchange for me stripping 8 Dreadnoughts, which I've still got here. They've been stripped for weeks, but he hasn't gotten around to picking up any Avalon Sunset spray yet, because he's going to do Lamenters. You still alive, you crazy giant northern wild man. I'm like Tormund. Vanda says you got mail. In the form of what? And yes, Craig, I am still alive. I've actually technically just started painting. I went away and I sprayed the dryads in the end. I took a 10-minute break, went to the toilet, and nudes. No nudes. If you want nudes, ask Phil. Phil hasn't been around actually. He just disappeared. He said he was busy with something. Yeah, dryads. Yeah, Lucy, your whole army's now sprayed black, which means after I've done my airbrushing, I'm then going to get furious with yours. Oh wait, I had pics for that spiderweb thingy. No, I don't know the mail to send. Vanessa, you're on Facebook. Send them to the Dark Artisan Facebook page, please. I've been working on my Blood Angels a lot today, trying to find a standard 1500 point list. There will be a battle report coming up in 2 or 3 weeks' time. Lucy uses the Dark Eldar against my Blood Angels. Don't play them like I did in this battle report. I played them very wrong. I made lots of mistakes on the first turn, which cost me the game. I also forgot to even get a unit out of the cabinet and put it on the table for the game. So I was actually running under points as well. So yeah, rookie mistake. And I think what I might have to do is if I don't use all of the blue in here, I might have to go and grab some towel, guys. Ah, Phil's busy with nudes. Yeah, I might have to go and grab some towel that are already sprayed black just to get the undercoat on them anyway if I've got the paint in the tub. So I've actually got a load of crew to paint up as well. But yeah, the Death Watch, the Primaris, and the Sylvaneth, and these few ogres that I've got here is basically priority this month, as well as going to No Retreat, of course. No, Tormund. He's still alive, man. He's not going to die. However, I did love his conversation that he had with a hound about Brienne. Harry, what's your airbrush? I need to invest in a good one. Mine's 15 quid off eBay. Mate, this came with the compressor for like 80 quid. I got 2 of them. I'm pretty sure you were talking to me at some point in the last 15 minutes, but I was on the phone. Thanks for the advice. I'll go back and rewatch the bits. It was about the shading. So basically, although these are going to be white, I spray them black first, and then I'm using intermediate blue from Vallejo as the base colour. So basically, when you look from underneath, it's a really dark blue. But I'll show you here because I'm still basing at the minute. So Sent the pics, haha. Someone say Crew, most undervalued unit in the Tau roster. Yeah, Stephen, yours were awesome, man. Vandus, when I haven't got paint in my hands, I'll check my phone or the internet. To have a look at them pictures. So thank you very much for sending them over. Well, I think because I said something about finding good paint. Oh, yeah. There's a colour chart online somewhere. It's on a lot of different forums and stuff. And there's a lot of other hobby stores out there and a lot of other brands that you can get. Ones that were mentioned were Vallejo, P3, Army Painter, and there was another one that I can't quite remember. But yeah, if you any like model or hobby stores would probably sell these. So I would recommend probably trying to pick them up. But there's a colour chart that you can get online. You're going to start a Death Company army tomorrow. Well, how? No, Glitter. You can't start a Death Company army because all the Death Company are here. Phil actually gave me 20 Death Company. Lucy got me 5 to put on my birthday cake if no one's seen it. So I'm going to paint them up. And then in addition to that, I already had about 25 anyway. I saw some yesterday. I'll try and remember where they were. Where were we yesterday, Lucy? We only went to Durham Raiders yesterday. Apparently GW's new paint app will tell you what paint to use if you want to match a photo of the colour. Nice! That's quite good. How do you like them apples, Harry? What apples? Could use that in reverse for alternate paint rate. Yeah, absolutely. It's quite sneaky, that. But good shout, Craig. Mias Miniatures. It was a Gold Gull Spider release they did that never came through. Now they do. I once made a Crutox army using creating wings from Nid Flyers. Lucy just stating outright she's building a new army. Oh, yeah. She's not, because I'm building her new army. Oh, where's my cleaner? There we go, nice and clean. Oh. Move them iron blasters actually because they're in the way. Oh, Lucy's just seen them. She's replied to you on. Yeah, them spiders are cool, man. Steven, I've got 24 more Crude Warriors, 3 Crude Oxes, 12 Crude Hands, and 6 more Vespids on top of what I already have. Lucy, they're not Death Company. They're Death Watch. Oh, I don't have a lot of Wolf Grey left. When we were at Dalton Park, we saw some glow in the dark paint, didn't we? That was Saturday, so I think we only went in the works. It's an interesting question, though. J. Thomas. I don't know if there is actually anything. There probably is something somewhere, but I wouldn't even know where to begin. Right, so I'll show you the next stage. Is it Thomas, or does the J stand for something? What's easier to say than J. Thomas? Glow in the dark Necrons will be beastly. Oh, James, Stephen, don't say that, because you know I'll go back and revisit all my Necrons and redo them again, which I don't want to do, Jay. Cool. So what I'll show you here, Jay, is when I find the Mournfang that's driest. Glow in the dark Goblin Spider Rider army. Not only cool, but for the spider haters, it's creepy as hell. Yeah, Lucy played against the spider for the first time yesterday, and she was like, oh, that is horrible. I don't like it. Right, so it might be hard for me to show you here, Jay. I don't like the focus on the camera, like, it's probably because of the light. So it's not great. I'll try and show you as best as I can from that angle. So, because I've done all the underside, this is actually blue. When I spray it, I'm not going to spray from underneath like this. I'm going to spray from the side. So if it's straight like that, I'm going to hear it from the side and make sure that I don't spray it up over like that. So I'm going to go from straight, basically, if that's your model, you're going straight from the side, 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then cover the top as well. That's what you want to do with it. Oh god, I missed a load of comments when I was explaining that 2 seconds in. Really inspired to build glow in the dark Eldar. So would Battle Bard just hanging above the table. Ha! No spiders, glow in the dark toxic death guard would be cool. Yeah, man, Stephen, that would be class. Vander sent a few more pics and links for those spiders. Lucy, can you pick them up, please, for us? And if I hang on, I'll just have a quick look before I start spraying. Them spiders are really damn cool, man. Phil got some Starship Trooper spiders, and he's been using them as Tyranid Warriors. So anyway, Jay, so like I said, you want to spray from the side and the top. You don't want to hit them from underneath. So it's a little bit out because obviously the camera's on the other side here, but I'll try and show you. I thought it was 2 o'clock and 10. 2 or 10, I like to go from about just above, like literally just above 3. 3's okay though. People say different things. I'm just getting used to going from the sides. The reason I do that is because, like, in particular with the legs here, if you go slightly from the top, you tend not to get that bottom leg. So if I go straight from the side, I still get the side of the leg as well. It's personal preference though. I mean, like I said, each to their own. Just whatever works for you. And then obviously as you get towards the top, you can do a bit more coverage as well. Oh, I just remembered Terranscapes just uploaded a new video of his Orcs display. He had some glow-in-the-dark spiders. I'm sure he mentioned how he painted them. I have to go for my shift now. Bye, everyone. See you later, Stephen, man. Have a good shift. Yeah, he Skyped overtime just to tune in and watch. He's a good one. So, This is the first one. As you can see from underneath, it's still dark blue. And as I rotate it, you can see, or hopefully see, that it gets lighter as you go towards the top. So then what I'll do is I'll do a top down with the white, which will enhance that effect even more. Or at least that's the theory behind it. Personal preference, pick what up. I was going to say the messages, but I've already had a look at them. I like the colour pickup selection off that table. It's like money. Is that the Turnscapes table that you're on about? Where he's done his orcs. I think I've seen pictures of him post it, and it just looked absolutely unreal. Lucy, someone commented on the Necron versus Demon battle report. Nice intro, and that was thanks to you. No, your table looks... Oh, my table looks like a money pin. Mate, this has been covered over God knows how many times now. Next weekend, oh boy, going to be a referee at an Age of Sigmar 40k in here in a national event. Going to be interesting. Which event? Steven says lol. Yeah, you tend to find that whatever colour I'm working on just like covers everything and then it gets covered again. So obviously I've been doing a lot of blues with doing all the bases on me beast claws and stuff. Let me know how it goes, Vandus. Yeah, man, let us know. Hopefully there's no ridiculous Tau Commander spam list or anything. Everyone missed the true meaning of September the 23rd, 27th, the Revolution, 12 signs now. Right, that's clearly spam. I don't know how to get rid of that. In Portugal, they're trying this for the first time in an all-out gaming event here, and they asked me out. Well, that's really nice, man. Craig, my cut and match changes colours like that. Yeah, we've got two. Lucy actually bought them both. But technically, I've got three, so I've got two this size. And then one half that size next to it, and it basically covers my entire desk. Why is it when I put battle music on, it plays trance? I mean, we can rave into the night if you want. So there you go, Jay. That's one of the warthogs. So you can see underneath it's dark blue and it circles around to lighter. Obviously, as I do this again, the top layer is going to be white. I can probably do the tusks a slightly different colour as well, but I'm going to have to clean my airbrush out again now before I do the white. I might do the blue of the tusks as well, but we'll see. I need to find 2 spare tusks actually, because one of them was missing these tusks, and I'll have to glue them on before I can do that. Oh, forgetting to leave the chat on. 2 seconds. I keep forgetting that I need to go back to the chat. It's those gaming conventions, D&D, Tabletop, PlayStation, Outside Sports and Warhammer. I'm setting up some of my painted models in the showcase for visitors. Nice! Jay's found out there what paints he needs, and I'm sending Gabriel Angelos, because Dawn of War 3 geeks will get it if they like the game. Absolutely. Are there any fixed times you go live on YouTube, Dark Artisan? No, mate. Just depends what I'm up to, really. It might be a little bit more structured from next week onwards, because I'm back at college next week. So basically, I won't be streaming on a Tuesday or a Thursday. Fridays are unlikely, because me and Lucy will probably be out or doing something. Saturday or Sunday, again, it depends what we're up to on the night. So if I do live streams going forward, it'll probably be Mondays, which is a shame, because like I do like to catch up with Mikey from Hellstorm Wargaming, because he streams on a Monday. He's probably still streaming now, actually. So let's have a look, see if we can find 2 spare tusks. I know there was spare tusks on them Mornfang screws. I just got to find them. Damn. There's 1. There's 2. I knew I had some spare. Sorry, I had to correct that. My chemistry professor would haunt me and I'd pass. Cool. Why I don't have a decent pick of Gabriel? I don't know, but you need one, because Gabriel Angelos is awesome. Funny enough, Mikey from Hellstorm Wargaming plays Blood Ravens as well. And the battle report that went up. Actually, I seriously... Lucy's off. No worries. No night, Luce. If you haven't watched it, go over to Hellstorm Wargaming on YouTube. You can see a link to their channel in the last 2 battle reports that I put up. What do you use to clean your airbrush with between paints? Screen wash, car screen wash. Concentrate, not dilute. It's just, I buy it in like, you probably won't see it on the camera there, but I buy like a 5-litre barrel or bottle of it, and I put it in a small squirty bottle. So yeah, go to Hellstorm Wargaming on YouTube and check out Phil and Elliot doing live commentary on mine and Mikey's game. And Phil absolutely knocked it out of the park, right, with his commentary. Such as, and I quote, "Oh my God, Mikey just took the book from the shelf and read it to the children. He actually quoted that. He also turned around and said, "Well, butter me backwards and call me Tom Cruise." I have no idea why Phil wants to be buttered backwards or why he wants to be called Tom Cruise, but I certainly won't be doing that for him. Yeah, lol. Basically, I played a game with Mikey. Phil played a game with Dan, and we both filmed them. My game was a lot shorter than I anticipated. I took a Yanari out for a spin, and I took a friendly list. Mikey had a good list, and it just didn't go according to plan. But yeah, Phil and Elliot's commentary was fantastic. Mikey and Elliot on the channel themselves have some very good commentary. There's a lot of really good banter on there. I say, honestly, go and check them out on Twitch. They're fantastic. So Mikey will be live streaming the game tomorrow at about 8 p.m. 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Slippery Phil called Tom Cruise. Sounds sexy. Fucking hell, great, man. I'm going to have to tell him that. Right, so onto the white. So I don't think I've got loads of white left. I know I have because I bought a new bottle when I went to War Games. So I'll shift this. So we're using standard Vallejo white. He's so slippery. Image said with a imagine he's so slippery. I'm gonna right there. Oh, I've got loads of notifications. I can't even keep up with all that. Quality quotes. Absolutely. Seriously recommend that you go and check that out. They don't have a lot of followers on YouTube, but they have a lot more followers on Twitch. But that battle report is on YouTube. There is a link to it in mine and Mikey's game. So if you go and check that out and then go straight to Hellstorm Wargaming. Honestly, the commentary from Phil, he was on fire. He was on fire. What was I doing with my phone? You guys live stream that as you tell him that. He's so slippery. That's what I was going to do. So, let us find Phil. I'm going to send him a voice message on Facebook. Phil, this is a message from Craig Kablams on the live chat. And he said, he's so slippery, but imagine that said with a lisp. He's so slippery. There we go. You guys live stream that. Yeah, Craig, it's about 2 hours long, which I know is a bit longer than the videos that you like to watch, but obviously it was a full live stream battle report. Honestly, he was on fire with the quotes, man. He was absolutely on fire. So, Jay, if you're still here, I'm going back to the bar now. So what I want to do is I'm just going to hit the white from the top. I'm just going to switch to OBS so I can see. I still feel like I can probably find a medium that will allow me to mix my own glow in the dark colours. Yeah, probably, but the problem is you still need I don't even know how you do that. I really don't. So basically, I want to now hit the warthog from the top. Oh, and I've just snapped his tusk. Great. So I'm just going to go from the top. When I mix the paint. Oh, I'm putting paint in. What an idiot. Wow. That's a new kind of special, that. That's like Phil special. There we go, and then we just literally do the top down of the white, ever so slightly from the side. Cool, I'll check it out now. Phil is special. Surreal, welcome to the chat, my friend. How on earth are you? Oh no, fixable or fancy brass ring on the tusk job. No, I'll just glue it. Must have just been loosely glued on. You was just making sure it was dry between layers. Yeah. So with the white, I'm just hitting it from the top and ever so slightly on the side. And actually, this one isn't too bad to show you how I'm getting the effect. So you can see underneath there, it's still the intermediate blue. From the side is the wolf grey, and then as you rotate it towards the top, there's a lot more white there. And that's basically how you airbrush it. Or that's how I've done my beast claws anyway. Oh no, I would never assume you were dry, Vandus. why are you perpetually moist? God, this chat has gone from one extreme to the other. From being quite depressing earlier, talking about depression and anxiety, to now talking about people getting wet. Blame Nevis. Wow. Oh, so I think that is them all done. Did I do him? Is he white? I can't tell. I think that is all of the whites done. No, not one. Oh, there we go. Right, so I don't know what to do. Do I spray some browns and some blues and some silvers onto the iron blasters and get them done, or what time is it actually? It's 10 to 11. I think I should make a start on Lucy Sylvaneth because there's lots. There's 60 Dryads, 10 Tree Revenants, 3 Kernoth Hunters. Daddy needs a glow-in-the-dark Drukhari army. My wife's getting shafted this Christmas. Oh my word. Oh, I don't know how you would do it, right? But absolutely put little battery packs under your Raiders and like stick LEDs in them or something. Just 3 Kernoth Hunters. Yeah, that's all she got in the trade. In the purchase. And they went up in points. I don't think they needed to go up as much as what they did. I think they're now 220 for 3. I think Raptors, Stormcast Raptors, do the same job, perhaps a little bit better. The Kernoth Hunters do have more wounds though, so I can kind of understand. But 220 for 3, maybe not. Raiders with a blue underclaw would look pretty darn sexy. She needs more, way more. Yeah, she's got 60 Dryads, 10 Tree Revenants, 3 Tree Lords. Yeah, that's it. 10 Revenants, 2 Witches, 60 Dryads, and then three Tree Lords, but one of them's magnetized, so she can run them anyway. One's Dirthu, one's a normal Tree Lord, and the other one's magnetized. Sorry, no, one's an Ancient, and the other one's magnetized. God, what a pain. Yeah, like I said, though, they've gone up by 40 points a unit now, so she likes them, so she's putting them in her list anyway. But we'll see. She's still running 2 battalions as well, actually, which is like 240 points for the 2 battalions that she's running. And she's got a Balewind Vortex in there as well. Right. Airbrush guys, I need your advice. How do I thin down a GW layer paint? Not a layer, base paint. So, I need to go and grab the Dryad back, actually, because I haven't got it here. Only unit I throw at them as gibberish. I tend to add a drop of airbrush thinner and a shit ton of water. Ha! Fair enough. Well, lucky for you, Craig, my friend, I have airbrush thinner and flow improver. But then I'm a novice airbrusher. You and me both, mate. I'm going to ask the painting boys. Oh, excuse me. No, sorry, I meant flow improver, not thinner. Ah, well, I've got both. Flow improver over thinner when you run out. What do you mean? I've got both. I've got a massive bottle of flow improver. So this is going to be fun, I think. And I need to go and get the other 5 tree revenants, actually. I forgot about them, they're in here. Oh, for kablams. I think I'm lagged behind. Maybe a little bit, Ali. I haven't dropped any frames on OBS because I'm now hardwired. Right. This is going to be messy because I have to put a base paint out of this pot into my airbrush. So, and once I start, I ain't going to be able to stop. I need to keep going. So, flow improver. Right, nice clean blast through there. Nice shake of the paint. Shake of the paint. And a quick last check on my phone before we go. Right. What on earth is this music? I can't be dealing. Why can't I just have a cool playlist? Epic pirate music. I don't want pirate music. Your wires are so hard. Your wires are so hard. If you could add an army to 40k, what would it be? Squat. Get on our side pot. Don't throw it in directly. I need 3 hands to do this, Vandis. Like 40k lizard men. I think they're actually in the Tau. What do you call it? In the Tau fluff. There's a race kind of like the lizard men. If Stephen was here, he would have told you. Use your feet. Mate, I have big enough feet to be able to do it as well. Do you know what I'm going to do tomorrow when I'm doing, well, not live streaming? Oh no, it'd be blocked. Sorry, not you, Stephen. Stephen Dunn, who was in earlier. He's me, resident Tau know-it-all. Why? Why you do this? Oh, we've got some. There we go. See how far we get with this then. It's not ideal. Right, so I'm going to persevere with this and hope it clears. Did you put the paint in directly? No, I mixed it with a little bit of flow improver, then poured it in. That's why I don't do it as often, paint too thick. Absolutely, because it's base as well. Seems to be working okay, but like I said, I've gone 50-50 with the flow improver and the paint. So I'm hoping that it stays clear enough. We shall see though. Especially the GW ones. The layer paints aren't bad, it's when you use a base paint and it's just ridiculously thick. I said a drop of flow improver and a shit ton of water. Phil, you can help me out. Phil Mort from Wargame Online, ladies and gentlemen. I've put a GW base paint of Dryad Bark into the airbrush, 50-50 with flow improver, and it is seriously struggling. It's like Phil turned up when you just need him with his beady prowess, It was the psychic energies of the beard that called him here. He knew that there was somebody in need. The problem is I now don't want to pour all this paint out of my airbrush. So I kind of want to keep going with it, even though it's not as quick as what it normally would have been. The beard sense was tingling. Absolutely. Craig's beard summoned Phil. Base are real thick, mate. What pressure are you running at? 23. I normally only use Vallejo paints. I don't normally use GW, so oh, it's cleared up a bit there. The problem is, I probably should have just bought a Vallejo in the same shade. You don't like the sound of that? That was blowback, mate. I actually think I've cleared the block there. Go 28 if you can and more. Absolutely, mate. There we go. 28. Pull the needle out a tiny bit. I did, Ali. Ah, Phil, there we go. I think I've actually cleared the blockage as well as increased the pressure. And it seems to have done the job. And Phil, just so you know as well, it's not like I'm just spraying 1 or 2 models. I'm spraying 60 Dryads, 10 Tree Revenants, 3 Kenneth Hunters, and 3 Tree Lords. Claps, Phil. See, it's the power of the beard. I need to grow mine back. Lucy keeps telling me to grow it back, but I'm like, I'm going to Gibraltar and it's going to be really itchy and horrible and no. But she's like, but the beard was cool. Clap, 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 not the STI. So yes, if anybody is in here who has not heard of Wargamer Online, please remove yourself from my chat, go to their channel and subscribe. Isopropanol is good to thin base paints. I don't have any. I used 50/50 Flow Improver, mate, with a tiny bit of thinners in. But I will get some isopropanol. I think Luke from Luke's APS swears by that stuff as well. He makes like everything from it. If you don't know WGO, you are doing life wrong. Absolutely. They've only been going about 6 months. And I think, Phil, correct us if I'm wrong, but you're at about 7,000 subscribers now, which is insane because I've been going like 3 years and I'm like 5,300. 5 litre off eBay. There you go. Bless. It's the beard, almost 7. Yeah, that like, honestly, Phil, you have done such a good job. I think you're quite lucky to have like the setup and stuff that you have, which is amazing. And like, I only wish I could have that. I'm basically a guy. I'm in the corner of my room on a desk here, and I've got a gaming table behind us. So, yeah, honestly, mate, seriously, hats off to you guys. I've spoken to Sam quite a bit, and I haven't spoken in a while. Actually, I've been really busy over the summer. But I think we wanted to try and arrange a meet-up and get Lucy and Rachel playing each other. And me have a game with Sam, of course. Thanks, man. Love your stuff too. Thank you very much. It's not quite as professional as yours. obviously you've got quite, you guys have got a decent team behind you, whereas it's like it started as me, then Phil was kind of on board, and then obviously I got with Lucy, and then she naturally kind of gravitated into the hobby, and then she helps out. But it's kind of just like the three of us, a couple of gaming clubs, and Harry's spare room. The group dynamic of the WGO team is awesome too. I need a team. A Sam or a Phil, if you will. Craig, you can have my Phil. He's moving away to university. He's abandoned us. But no, I absolutely agree. Like, what you guys have got there is fantastic. Like, I started filming battle reports on my phone. I still do when I go to clubs. But like last Christmas, I bought my first proper video camera. You're losing your slippery Phil. I am, but he's not going too far. He's only going like 25 minutes south, and he'll be getting the train home on a weekend and stuff. So I just won't get to see him during the week, which will be a problem because then obviously I can't get as many battle reports in during the week. Wow, the loyalty. Everyone needs a Sam. Yeah, Sam's like kind of the cool Uncle Sam. He's just very calm and yeah, It's awesome. Even after he made that ridiculous video. No, you can't actually have him, Craig, by the way. That was just... No, you're not having him. He's mine. He's all mine. Well, I'm also... Jacob, after the way you came on to me in the Battle Bunker tournament review video, please stay the hell away. No, I'm kidding. Get your Night Lords finished up, dude. We need a battle report again with them. Boo. Sorry, mate. Seth, you said that would die of... You said that would die of laughing on live stream. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean, Vandus. Jacob says soon. Please check out the Warforge, by the way, guys. Jacob does a lot of Batman, Doctor Who, and other games. He still does, a reasonable amount of 40k, but he primarily does the a lot of other stuff. Oh, slippery. Slippery. I feel like such a fucking creep. So, I will question you. You know the Sylvaneth tree revenants? You know how like half of them's kind of like a glowing spirit? Lucy wants a very pinky glow. Now the problem is GW don't do a pink wash. They do Carabao Crimson, which is, it's too red, and Druchii Violet is too purple. What would be the best way to get a very pink wash? Do you think use not Emperor's Children, Screamer Pink, and wash that down? So did you check the rules for the Incommortarian model? I've seen bits and pieces. I didn't really pay that much attention, if I'm honest. I've seen he's got a 3+ armor save, 18 wounds, he's got Disgusting Resilience, Toughness 7. If he's within a certain range of some enemy units, it's -1 toughness. And then there's another one that does like D3 mortal wounds. Wet blend and mix purples with pinks. definitely be checking out the Warforged channel. I have been interested in the Batman game. Absolutely. Jacob actually lives quite local to me. He's appeared on my channel a couple of times. He does do a lot of Batman games. He's recently painted up the Doctor Who board game. I'll let Jacob go into details about that. But he posted a picture of Davros on Instagram, and Peter Capaldi actually fucking liked it. But yeah, Jacob, tell me about yourself. He plays Night Lords, Chaos Space Marines, so they'll be back on my channel soon. He is incredibly nuts. He's incredibly insane. But he's got a soft heart. He's very soft-hearted. Apart from when he's drunk, don't let him drink. 18 fucking wounds, that gave me a halfie when I saw that. Yeah, but you can target them. It's not like Guilliman hiding back with 9 wounds. And I'm sorry, right, but anybody with any sense is going to go, oh, I've got 20 las cannons. Boom. Any pink layer paint with a 20-40 mix of Lamy and medium plus a tiny drop of flow improver. Phil, you legend. I don't know. I haven't seen them because you know how they're very kind of blue in the picture. But basically, Lucy Sylvaneth are going to be bright pink leaves. So I'm going like what colour am I going? I've got the pinks here. Where are they at? So I'm going Warlord purple and then squid pink with Vallejo. Got to go. Drop me a Facebook message tomorrow, and I'll happily talk camera lighting setup if you think I could help. Catch the rest in the morning, guys. No worries, Phil. Thanks very much. This was like it didn't start as a painting stream. It just started as a chat and then evolved into a stream. But thank you very much. I will certainly take that on board. Awesome, the best ones. Yeah, like I said, it literally started as the camera in front of me while I was building dryads, and then it's evolved to be undercoating them, and then I was just like, oh, so I'm going to paint. So I literally just put the camera there. But, you know what I can do? Because the wonders of a 10-meter extension cable, ladies and gentlemen, mean that I can do this. Which will probably work out better. Well, hey, there we go, that's better. Yeah. So, Phil, massive thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate it. And shame on the rest of you if you're not pointing it out. Go for OSL on the leaves, no need for wash then. Absolutely, mate, that's what I'm going to do. I used my Necrons as the test piece, basically, which you told us to do. I didn't want to do it. I was just like, is it worth it? Is it worth it? And you were just like, nah, go for it. And I did. So that was basically the learning curve for these. It was so cool. Cheers, man. I need to do a proper overview video. I've still got them set up on my table next to me, right? But I don't know enough fluff about Necrons to kind of talk over them. So I'm just going to do some like cool pan and shots, put some like dramatic music, and I want a smoke machine, right? But I can't afford one. The Necron intro, Lucy, she vapes, but she has a painkiller in it. There's no nicotine in what she vapes. and she was stood blowing it over the backdrop to basically surround the Necrons in the smoke, and it actually worked out pretty awesome. So man, I sort of wish I had thought about glow in the dark when I was... Jay, Phil is the man to ask about glow in the dark paint. Post it in the Wargamer Online community page, right? And I'm sure Phil will pick it up tomorrow if he's off now. Lucy is the smoke machine. Absolutely, she is. Lucy was the smoke machine in the video. I need to get a better handle on my airbrush. Only really used it on the Vermin Lord for anything more than just base layers. Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot, Craig, when I did me Beast Claws, and it was risky doing it. But like the tusks and the horns, for example, on the heads, I'd obviously done all the white and everything, and then I went back in and sprayed all the horns and everything. Second attempt at going, we'll pick it up. Sure, I see you all. No worries, Phil. Go to bed. Be right back, going for a cup of tea. Jacob, you absolute heretic. Tea is for Chaos players, which you are. Yeah, catch you later, Phil. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for the advice. Massively appreciate it. I'll post some pictures up tomorrow if I can be bothered to stay up long enough and set them up and take pictures. But if I get some pinks and stuff done, I'll certainly drop some pictures in the group. $60 dryads is a lot. Right, I'm up at 5 AM. I should try and sleep. No worries, Craig. See you later, dude. I did a longer shift at work today because I finished early on Friday and I needed to make up 3 hours. So I basically did an hour extra this morning. So I worked 8 till 5:30 today. So no worries, Craig. Good night. See you later, man. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciated it as always. So, Jay, I know you were obviously asking about airbrushing and stuff earlier. So, even though I'm still doing these guys, right, I'm still doing top down with a bit from the side. So, I'll just switch to OBS a second. So, you can see underneath there, it's still quite black on the underside. But then from the top, it's very brown. And you can't see it great because obviously the brown on the black's not a great contrast anyway. But when I add a lighter brown onto the top of it, you'll be able to see it. Mark Pillman just subscribed. Thank you very much, Mark Pillman. I hope you are in the chat. If you are, welcome to the channel. It's only 6 PM here. It's 23:19 now, and I've been streaming for over 3 hours. 3 hours, 18 minutes. We have 11 viewers. Can we have the 11 viewers all shout up and say, ho? No one said ho. Why didn't you prime brown? Because it's not brown. Plus, I want the black undershade as opposed to brown undershade. I want the brown to actually be the first layer of colour. Lucy's probably going to kill me and go, oh, they're too dark. But it's tough. Paint them yourself. By the way, have you tried Forge World airbrush paints? No, mate, I haven't. I normally, like I said, when I got the airbrush, I stuck to Vallejo because that's what all my mates used and that's what they advised us. So basically, it was easy for them to talk us through it. Phil Hall, ho! Vandus, you didn't say ho. So that's 3 viewers of the 10 watching. We've got Jay, we've got Vandus, and Phil. Jacob is there somewhere, but he's gone for a cup of tea. That makes 4. Other 6 viewers, please make yourself known. This music? What on earth is this music? Ali Bongo, ho! Cartoon monkeys in Technicolor. Wow. Ho, 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 I'm Santa. What are you bringing me for Christmas, Vandus? So, guys, are we taking bets? Can I finish a Sylvaneth army, a Death Watch army, and a Primaris army by the end of September? And, just for shits and giggles, the extra couple of Augurs. Favourite band? Rush. A Knuckle Sandwich. Vandus, if you ever do come over to the UK, right, if you do, let me know, and I would love to have a game of 40 Chaos Sigmar against you. And then you can give me the Knuckle Sandwich. No. Rush is my favourite band, by far. Rush is good, absolutely. Well, I don't know if you were in the chat earlier, but basically I sold my bass guitar. I used to play bass, and Geddy Lee is like one of my massive, massive idols. Couldn't play any of his songs, like not on your life, could I? All 3 musicians are incredibly underrated. Alex Lifeson, in particular, the guitarist, gets totally ignored because of Geddy and Neil. Which is a shame, but when you really listen to the music, he is a phenomenal guitarist. The way that him and Geddy swap between rhythm and lead, he's phenomenal. Yeah, no problem, you don't need sleep. No, I don't, but I do need to go to Gibraltar in the middle of that as well. I even play Lord of the Rings. In fact, it's the oldest one I play from GW, however, not many players here. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is okay. I know 1 or 2 guys that go into my local Games Workshop to play, but beyond them, I don't really know anyone. I think one of the guys that works at Warhammer World, who I follow on Instagram, and I know to speak to when I go down, he plays. If you're on Instagram, go give him a follow, actually. It's Logan Proudbeard. Harry, what's this slippery thing? Vandus, you can't explain, because I can't remember. Oh, that was it. So, Phil Mort came in from Wargamer Online. Craig said, everybody needs a Phil. And I said, you can have my Phil. But I'd mentioned what you said about being butted backwards and called Tom Cruise. So Craig said, tell Phil, whatever it was that I quoted to you there, I can't now remember. Favourite band is Electric Wizard. Pretty damn cool. Phil likes his bands. Phil likes a lot of eclectic music. Harry, you like Korn, then, if you're into your bass playing? No, I could never get away with Korn. I love Rage Against the Machine, and as a result, I love Audio Slave. Rest in peace, Chris Cornell. I love Muse. I like Dream Theater, but I haven't got their albums. I can tell you the names of songs and stuff, but I can listen to Dream Theater. Check out Malevolence. Linkin Park, yeah. I used to like Linkin Park back in the day. 16 years ago, I would listen to like Good Charlotte, Linkin Park, Bowling for Soup. What called? The song Shut Up. I used to listen to another band whose name I won't mention because the lead singer is an absolute sick fucking, deserves to be castrated then hung. Yeah, rest in peace, Chester Bennington as well. I remember when I found out the news and I messaged the group chat with me and Phil's in. I said to everyone, and Phil was like, "No, that's bullshit. No way." I was like, "Honestly, Phil, it's real," and he wouldn't accept it for ages. I know Phil was a more recent Linkin Park fan, whereas I like Meteora. I remember when Meteora came out, I was like 16. Bearing in mind I'm 31. I grew up on Sabbath and Zeppelin, but you know how music goes. Yeah, man. Like, I didn't grow up on that much music. Like, my dad likes Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton and Daniel O'Donnell and shit like that. So I've got no idea how I got into music. You don't like Korn? Oh my god. No, mate. Sorry. But yeah, I liked a lot of pop punky stuff. I loved Blink and Green Day when I was younger. Lost Prophets, is that who you can't mention? Well, now you've just gone and said it, but yeah, I used to like Lost Prophets a lot, and since he got arrested, I've never listened to the music. And it's a shame because I loved a lot of their stuff. I remember when I was like 17, I had a chavved out car with like blue neons and subwoofer and shit like that. And I'd go around with them blasting on. My dad's Led Zeppelin, Dire Straits, Pink Floyd, the Eagles. That's what I grew up on. Yeah, see, I like stuff like that. I wouldn't say I'm massive fans, but I like some of the stuff. Like, obviously, I used to open when I gigged with my old band. We used to open with rock and roll, and literally as soon as rock and roll finished, we literally just go straight into a whole lot of Rosie. Music will turn weird in a bit. Just wait. Yeah. J. Thomas, first album I ever bought. Funnily enough, right, the first album I ever bought, like when I was about 11 or something, it was actually Status Quo, Don't Stop. So I think that was a sign to my inner rock god. Okay, so that's most of them done, but I've still got 28 dryads here to do, which are the ones I just sprayed tonight. So I made good progress, but I still then need to pick a lighter shade of brown to do a top down with them. And then of course I'll have to wash and dry brush. And this is going, don't wash, don't dry brush. What about Lamb of God, Harry? Was it too much? Nah, it's a bit much. Why has it gone back to cartoon music? Why? I think what I'm going to have to do, right, is I'm just going to have to download these songs and then just have a playlist running in the background on repeat. Right, 2 seconds, guys, because I just realised I haven't got the chat on screen again. Status Quo, what a band. Remember Ice-T's metal band, Body Count. They're working on a new album. Next time, just put on Teletubbies. No! Put the Thomas the Tank Engine theme tune on for you. If it wasn't for the fact that it would go copyright, I would put, like, Disney shit on. Because Phil hates Disney shit. Unfortunately, I know most of the songs because Lucy's got nearly all the Disney DVDs. What's this world coming to? Manson got clean, his music is better than ever. Have you seen Fearless Vampire Killers? Fucking Depp actually looks like Jack Sparrow on stage playing a guitar. He's in a bad way, Depp, like. He must be high as hell all the time now. Don't lie, you would put MLP on. What's MLP? Hey, Aladdin was metal as fuck. Prince Ali when it drops to half time. The scary bit is I know exactly which part you mean. Oh, my sweet summer child, My Little Pony. I remember 2 years back, I was in Home Bargains at sea when I was on my way up to Games of War when it was still open. And there was a My Little Pony DVD for 50 pence. So I bought it for Phil. That's where J. Thomas Primaris Marines are halfway to. Ooh, I might have to actually add a tiny bit more paint here. Boat and Hose from Step Brothers for #1 album. I have the Secret Disney Shame too, Harry. Yeah, Lucy's got the, you know, the Disney Classic Collection DVDs with the metallic cases. I think there's 57. She's got 52 of them. My Primaris are not getting named that. My Primaris are Blood Angels and Blood Angels alone. Yeah, I'm not going to have enough brown in here. I'm going to have to mix a bit more. I have 2 little sisters and all my cousins are girls. Oh man, that sucks. I just realised you probably can't even see what I'm doing from over there. I keep forgetting that there's actually a camera. Uh-oh! I need to mix more. I don't want to do this. I've got 10, 12 dryads left. Alright, I've got 4 boys and 2 of them play Warhammer with me, so we built a gaming table in our nerd cave downstairs. Awesome, man. This is my spare room where I film all my battle reports and where I sit and paint in the corner. Obviously, there's only me. Lucy doesn't live with us. So some nights are a lot quieter than others, such as tonight, for example. Oh, come on, don't block, don't block! I will cry if you block, please don't. She don't live with you yet. Nah, it'll be quite a while before we even consider that. With her having a disability, she gets some disability benefits. And if she moved in with me, she would lose most of them. Come on. Yeah, she would actually lose most of them. And our household income combined would drop massively. And it would actually cost us more to live together than what it would do what we're doing at the moment, where we just see each other 2 or 3 times a week. Plus, because of her disability as well, she still lives with her parents. So, like, if I'm at work all day, it's not fair for her to be stuck in the house totally by herself. So, at the minute, it just makes sense for her to stay with her parents during the week. And then I see her on a weekend and possibly one night during the week. One is building Pestilence and uses some of the Nurgle with them right now, and the other is building Stormcast. Try to talk him into Destruction of Chaos, but he loved the Stormcast. Fair enough. Worst thing I ever did was marry my wife. Is that sarcasm? I've been married before. It obviously didn't end well. I was young and stupid, and I wouldn't rush to do it again. Oh man, what you doing? Not, not because I don't love her. Huh? I'm confused. There we go. Because of governmental policies. What? I'm sorry, you might have to explain, Jay, I'm not quite following. My wife is awesome. She doesn't play games with us, but totally supports our hobby. Because she also has a disability because we got married and resigned to a terrible job. I wouldn't. I mean, obviously things will probably work different over there, but I wouldn't let that hold you back. I mean, obviously Lucy has a disability. Yes, we're not married, but it's not going to make sense for us to get married until I have a much better job. So that's why I'm going to college. Ah, right. Yes, I get. Yeah, if I make more money than I currently do, the government will take her benefits. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly why me and Lucy won't live together because simply because of the fact that I am working. If we live together, she loses half of. Well, she gets two benefits, but she would lose one of them instantly simply for me working. So that's why we won't move in. Obviously, that and combined that, she'd be stuck here by herself, and I live about 20 minutes away from where she lives. So, obviously, like I said, it just makes sense during the week that she's there with her parents. Vandus, I would move to Portugal. However, I'm bald, I'm fair-skinned, I'm practically ginger. Therefore, I would move there and I would melt. Would you like the Dark Artisan to melt? And then you have no more videos. Melt. Yes, because of the heat. The sun. I do not agree with the sun. So I'm going to Gibraltar in 3 weeks, so obviously it's going to be slightly hotter than Portugal, right? But I've took factor 50. Yeah, but what's your mid-temperature? Like, our mid-temperature is like 8 degrees. Hot for us is like 18, 20 plus. Bearing in mind I'm like in northern England, so I'm like practically in Scotland. Anyone fancy lobster? I'm ginger and I look at the sun and I'm red. Yep, I'm pretty much the same as Ali. I don't like much of the sun, really. Average medium temperatures, it's around 19 degrees. See, if that's medium temperature, that's like our hot. Like, in England, you get the 19 degrees, you get chavs wandering around in, like, wide fronts and no top. Ali, I like to see African sunset, Harry, where not ginger. I'm like a mini version of you with hair. I'm not actually ginger, I'm just incredibly fair. So temperature is pretty similar to Portugal, except it's a lot less wet. No, 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 no. Average temperature here is like 8. Hot, like in the middle of summer, is 19. And yes, 19 degrees and we get in trouble, like a lot. Like normal people with normal skin don't consider it hot, but they would take their tops off and they'd be like, they would sit in the sun for hours just to get sunburnt. Whereas like 19 for me and Ali is like, oh my god, I am not going out in the sun. Like, cover me, I'm a vampire. Anything over 15 is considered warm, like hot. But yeah, average temperature, like day now, it's like 8 degrees. Oh my fucking god! I'm done. I'm fucking done. Hang on, we go here. Why do you think many of us redheads end up being nerds? Lol. Then come here on summer average goes. What? 30 to 36, sometimes up to 40. Holy shit. Yeah, winter we get like -5. Yeah, it's like coming to the back end of summer now and it's like 8 to 12 degrees tops. But yeah, for the next couple of months, it's just going to drop. And then like December, January, you're talking like -5. As soon as it's sunny, even if it's cold, most of the UK is like, holy shit, we got to get smashed. That's why we have a bad name for binge drinkers, blame the sun. Absolutely, Ali. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Like, it gets to 12 degrees in like March, right? Or April. And it's like, shit, the sun's out, tops off, lads, create a beer, bang. Winter's 2 to 5 degrees tops. Ali, who you're trying to kid? It's way colder than that, or at least where I am it is, because I'm right on the sea. So Vandus, -5 in here, only in the northern parts of the country. Yeah, but that's quite high above sea level as well for you guys, isn't it? Hang on, you would move to England? Jay, you'd seriously need to rethink your strategy here. Do not come to England. Like, if I could get out, I would absolutely get out. Don't come to England. My natural habitat is rainy coldness. I need to take that glove off. Guys, I don't know how much more of this I can do. I'm tired. I need to clean this airbrush out, like, but yeah, I'm tired. And I should have done housework tonight, and I haven't, so I need to go and like quickly run downstairs and do like 10 minutes cleanup. Why? Well, the whole situation with the benefit system is exactly the same. Tops, Harry, tops. Yeah, the benefit system's screwed. We're leaving the EU. That's gonna like screw everything up. Everything costs a fortune. Wages are shit. Like, I'll give you a clue, right? My wage is the national minimum wage, okay? So it's the minimum by law that anybody can be paid. I get paid £7.50 an hour. which means I earn about £14,500 per year. Can't wait to see your latest Beast Claw Raider battle report. I was up against Wanderers, mate. Now, unfortunately, when I turned up, I got my camera out to start filming and realised I'd left my memory card at home. So I couldn't film the entire battle report. I had to use my phone, which I hadn't charged, and it was on 30%. And I was like, right, great. I've just cleaned the brown out and I could have used it. I've got 30% battery to film a battle report. And I did it on 22%, so I didn't get to film all the dice rolls, but I still got enough of a report that it's still going to look pretty decent. And Jay says, I've got one word for you, Harry, Trump. I've got one word for you, May. Like, it's like saying which is the lesser of two evils? Well, none, because they're both fucking going to hell. Haven't seen much Wonders. I'd never seen them either, and I posted in one of the local groups asking if anyone wanted the game a few days ago, and nobody had picked it up. And me and Lucy were just going to go anyway and just play each other, but we said, like, if we can both get games, we prefer that. So Jez actually replied and says, oh yeah, I'll give you a game, Harry. And my son will play Lucy. And I was like, all right, cool. And Jez has actually had models in White Dwarf. So I think about 5 or 6 months ago, he had a picture, one of his Alariel was in there. And he had a Tree Lord. In fact, I'm going to have I don't know where my White Dwarfs are. I've got the Gulliman one here. Let's see if it's in here. I'll have a quick look, see if I can find it. There we go. First book I picked up. There, this Alari. Oh, no. That's wet. You can't really tell very well from here. Oh. But this is the White Dwarf with Gulliman on the front. This Alariel was Jez's. And that white bounce back's killing the camera there, like Laura flutter on it. Let's see what happens with that a little bit. There you go. Yeah, this Alariel was Jez's, and they've made it so dark on the picture. But Jez doesn't airbrush at all, he does everything by hand. And it's absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see that in person, but yeah. And then he had a Tree Lord and stuff in as well. After that. Actually, this Iron Circle model is by Miles David, the lad who taught me to airbrush via Facebook from Wales Alley. Actually is really good friends with Miles. Amy Snugs all over the place. The last, I think, White Dwarf, 1 or 2 issues ago, a chap from one of the other local clubs, Graham Shirley, actually had a lot of his stuff feature in White Dwarf. Phenomenal stuff. It's on display at the Metro Centre Games Workshop. Oh, wait there. Oh, bloody hell, Will's still here. Thatcher is good waiting for them both in hell. Absolutely, mate. One way or another, but at least everyone sounds classier over there. No. And it's prettier, richer history, and real Guinness. Fair enough. I used to have Wood Elves, but I think I'll pick them up again. I would love to find an army of Wood Elves that I could buy and paint up for Lucy without her knowing. And then just say, bang, there you go. Was she on the table for your game? Alariel wasn't, no. It was pure Wanderers with a dragon ally. I promised Jez a proper game. I said proper game. It was a proper game. A full recorded battle report next time. and he's going to bring his Sylvaneth down, so that'll be awesome. I won't put unpainted models on the table. So many people at the shop put down totally unpainted models. Yeah, a lot of people used to do that when I got into the hobby at my local. But then when I started my YouTube channel, I did use unpainted minis when I very first started the channel. If you go way back and look at like the first battle reports. But then it got to the point I was like, right, no unpainted models. And I inspired a lot of people to paint the models. What's the oldest building in the UK? Even as our oldest, it's only a couple of 100 years over here. Oldest, so you're probably talking like what? Westminster Abbey, Durham Cathedral. I don't know. Durham Cathedral is probably one of the oldest. I don't mind losing to a nicely painted line, but I hate playing bare plastic or just prime models. Yeah, I'm not overly fussed on it. When me and Lucy, when I first got the Beast Claws, me and Lucy played a few games, and I did proxy some stuff, like I used a Mauler Fiend as one of my Stonehorns, just while I was still building and painting some of them. But I didn't film it, obviously, it was just a friendly game for me to learn the rules and stuff. So stuff like that, I don't mind at all. Or like if me and Lucy's playing a new game of Sigmar and she wants to try out a model that she hasn't getting painted, then yes, we will play it, but we don't necessarily film it. Does Phil always try to break their models? He doesn't try and break them, he kind of just like tips them over when I'm in the middle of a battle report. Hang on, are you talking about the Chaos battle report that's just gone up? Because I think he accidentally knocked stuff over. And then in the Tyranny game, he kept knocking the thing over. Best we can do is point visitors towards the Grand Canyon. We ain't got much history, but we got a really big haul. I was watching the most recent back and just thought for sure he got the clear base. What do you mean? The problem is the people who play the same unpainted stuff and never paint anything don't mind unpainted model here and there before someone gets that one paint. Yeah, absolutely. I like Phil. When I first met Phil, he would just build these models, spray them, and then that would be it. Now, because he's so involved with the channel, he's like, no, you're not seeing them until I've painted them all. Like, I'll see progress because like if we hang out, he'll sit and paint some and stuff, but he won't put them on the table unless they're painted. So Lucy had a practice game with a Sylvaneth, and Phil used these Caradrins, both armies of which were unpainted. Some of Lucy's were, because the stuff that she got second hand were painted up. But Phil only had a couple of his Caradrins painted. But they were both just learning the rules for them, so they didn't mind. They weren't filming it or anything. So destroyers break easy. They do, which is why my destroyers are all on small, low standing bases. Oh, guys, it's midnight. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I think I'm probably going to have to call it a night. I didn't get quite as much done as I wanted. You were starting late, but I've made a good start on the Sylvaneth and the Ogres. Just need to finish off those last couple tomorrow. I need some normal primer. Probably the most broken Necron model. Do you mean broken as in physically broken or game broken? But yeah, a lot of mine I got second hand, so like they were missing arms and gauze blasters and stuff were missing as well. So what you see there is basically me repairing them. I'm really envious because you guys in UK have so many people to play 40k against. I had to buy 2 armies and force my friends to play. Yeah, the problem is your country is so spread out, whereas we've got like lots and lots of little towns that are within sort of 10-15 minutes of each other. So where I live, if I head 20 minutes north, I have Battle Bunker. If I head 30 minutes northwest, I've got Newcastle Warlords. If I head 25 to 30 minutes west, I've got Durham Raiders. If I head 30 minutes southwest, I've got Darlington Dogs of War. If I go about an hour southwest, I've got Catterick War Games Club. Will, who's in the chat, Metal Madness Gaming, there's a club near him, but I've never been to it. That's about 30 minutes south. Yeah, there used to be a club only 10 minutes away, and that's where I met Phil originally and a lot of the other guys and stuff. But there's still quite a few clubs going about and stuff as well. So because they're quite small towns and quite densely populated, whereas like your towns are like entire counties. So Jay says I have a GW store 30 minutes away, and that's it, unless I want to travel for a couple of hours. Yeah, because your towns are so far apart, that's why. Two-thirds of the way through the back rep, no spoilers. No worries, man. That's pretty good, Vandus. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. I'm going to have to go because I'm very tired. I still need to clean up downstairs because I haven't tidied up after tea. And I need to go to bed because I'm at work early again tomorrow to make that time back up. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, gentlemen. And I've just realised you've totally been looking at the side of my arm. So, good night. Oh, and there's my tripod, and that picture's fallen. And the beard. Oh, look, you can see the scar on my head there. That's mad. Alright, have a good night. No worries, dudes. See you later. Thanks very much for tuning in. Catch us later.